Live. Just give me one moment. And yep, we're live.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk. And again, good morning, everybody, and welcome on this beautiful sunny day. We'll call this meeting to order, and we'll go to item number 1.1, which is the land acknowledgement. I'll turn it over to Councillor DeLeo. Councillor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The town of Wasaga Beach acknowledges that it is located upon the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe people of the Three Fires Confederacy. We also acknowledge that the people of the Wyandot Nation also inhabited these lands. We acknowledge that these nations were sovereign nations existing before the arrival of settlers. We respect the spiritual interconnection among these nations to the land and to the water. We also acknowledge that waterways near us have a long history predating European arrival. Since time immemorial, waterways were the lifeblood of the indigenous people by trade and hunting routes. We are dedicated to inclusivity of First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people in our future stewardship of the land and the longest freshwater beach in the world. In the spirit of reconciliation, we welcome the opportunity of learning to be sustainable caretakers of the land and waterways for all future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor DeLeo. Now moving on to item number 2 on the agenda is proclamations. We have no proclamations today. And item 3, disclosure of pecuniary interest, of which I have none before me. If at some point throughout the meeting you feel you have a pecuniary interest, please let us know at that time. Item number 4 is the adoption of the agenda, and I'll look to our clerk to speak to this before we read the motion. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. We have the scheduling of the term of council priorities going first. It is listed third under presentations. However, we've scheduled our guests later this morning. So we will have Andrew present first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And so then we do have recommended motion that the contents of the agenda for January 30th, 2025 be approved as circulated, with the exception of Andrew going first today. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, moving on to item number 5 is the approval of the minutes. And the motion that the minutes of the regular council meeting held January 16, 2025 are hereby adopted as circulated. Any questions or comments on that, on those minutes? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Eagle, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? All in favor? Deputy Mayor, there we go. All right. That motion carries unanimously. Moving on to 5.2, special council meeting of January 16, that the minutes of the special council meeting held January 16, 2025 are hereby adopted as circulated. Questions or comments on these minutes? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor Belanger. All in favor? Opposed? Sorry, I don't know if there's a lag there for you, Deputy Mayor. Are you opposed to the, or are you in favor?
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm not sure if you're speaking to me. I'm having some issues with my internet right now, so there's a delay. I'm just trying to fix it. I apologize.
All right, so you are in favor of these minutes?
Yes, please.
All right, then that carries 7-0. Thank you. On to item number 6 is public meetings, and there are no public meetings today. Item 7 is presentations and the term of council priorities 2024 updates. And I'll look to our CAO, Andrew McNeil, for this update. The floor is yours, Andrew. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, excited to present an update on the 2024 term of council priorities. Just waiting for the presentation to be loaded on the screen. Clerk or Chris, will you be putting that up?
Sorry, Your Worship. We're working on it.
All right, we'll just sit patiently for a second.
There we go. Okay. Excellent. If we could just go back to, am I in control or will you be controlling the presentation? I will tell you when to advance slides. So pleased to provide an update on the 2024 progress to implement Council's term of Council priorities. I also want to recognize, acknowledge that this is our halfway point. So we're halfway through Council's term, and we have delivered a lot already, but certainly more to come. 2024 was an incredibly busy year, but the clarity provided by these priorities allows staff to move quickly to implement everything that you've told us that you want to see happen in order to change our community for the positive. I'm going to share some key highlights from 2024, and then what I will do once I share the highlights is open it up to Council to see if you'd like us to drill down into any detail on the 84 priority actions. I will not go through each of the 84 actions, otherwise this presentation could take a fair bit of time. So next slide, please. So beginning with the beachfront, I think 2024 was an exciting year. I want to remind the community and Council that back in 2014, when the purchase was made, $13.8 million to acquire majority control at Beach Area 1, that is paying off today. And I'll explain why in a couple of minutes, but it was a very prudent decision. For many decades, Wasaga Beach was the victim of successive land speculations. Each speculation ended up harming our community. Each speculator, when they left our town, they left it worse off than when they initially showed up. While it's taken a few years to get things moving, starting with Mayor Smith's council back in 2014 to 18, I believe we are now headed in the right direction. We have a signed agreement with Stonebridge to develop the lands between 1st and 3rd Street. Staff are working on the approvals process for phase 1, which will see first buildings come out of the ground as early as March of this year. We have a signed letter of intent with Sunray. We are finalizing 3 other agreements. There are 3 other agreements required to move forward. One is a joint venture agreement, which you're going to hear more about later in this agenda. An agreement of purchase and sale, which we are hoping to execute in February, and then a management agreement that will tie in with the joint venture. So all is going well on that front. The first building that will be coming out of the ground will be a high-quality name-branded hotel. I can't disclose publicly what that name will be today, but it has been shared with us, and I'm really excited about it. We hope to be able to share that with the community fairly soon. Attracting a high-quality hotel to our beachfront has been something that this community has been trying to do for decades, so this is a big deal for us to move forward. By having control, the purchase made in 2014 has changed the dynamics. We're no longer dealing with land speculators, we're dealing with developers and builders. These are very different things, and speculators are motivated by different things than are builders and developers. So, as soon as that purchase was made, you saw the transition. Folks like Fram Building Group, Slate Asset Management, Zancor, and now Stonebridge and Sunray, these are all highly respected and very capable developers. Unfortunately, the town wasn't able to reach deals with all of them. But again, high quality players at the table, that would not have happened unless the town was in the driver's seat controlling how to unlock development. Demolition is going to be underway shortly. The demolition crew is already on site. They're already conducting internal salvage on a number of the buildings, and we expect the first buildings to be coming down fairly soon. I refer to it as the funnel tunnel, the building on First Street. That will be the first building that comes down to make way for Stonebridge to construct their first building. Then they will move to the east end of the beachfront. The old Copa will be the second building, and then they'll move their way westerly along the beachfront. New construction is anticipated to begin May-June of 2025, so this year. something that is not talked about very often. And again, looking back to the town being in control, if we did not own those properties today, demolition and reconstruction of Beach Drive, which is a prerequisite to move forward because we have to address flooding, would be extremely challenging and extremely expensive. Because not only would the town have had to work with private ownership, and we would be at the mercy of private developers collaborating with us, I fully expect that the municipality would have had to gone out and expropriate multiple properties to enable that construction to occur. I can guarantee you that would have been far more expensive than the $13.8 million that was spent back in 2014. So again, I think that was a very prudent decision that was made back in 2014. So great things on the verge of happening in 2025 on our beachfront. Education, what a great past 12 months. The ARC process back in 2009 noted that a high school in Wasaga Beach was long overdue. Here we are 16 years later, and we have funding to build two. I don't think anyone would have predicted that we would have got funding in less than 1 year for two high schools. Fantastic, fantastic for this community. We're moving forward with the Catholic K-12 school. When we were at the press announcement on Tuesday, I'm not sure if many people noticed, but the borehole machine was on site. They were digging the boreholes to test the foundation, soil foundation for the new school. Site clearing will begin shortly, and construction will begin on the school as early as this spring. The minister, as of yesterday, just prior to the election, actually gave permission to expedite some first construction moves. So you will see some construction starting as early as spring on the new high school. Community theater, which is part of that building, we're looking forward to announcing some exciting news on that fairly soon. Personally, I'm very excited about that. Having a theater in our community is something that we've been looking forward to for many, many decades. So, and then, of course, we can't ignore the funding announcement that was just made on Tuesday. Catholic school will open in 2027. We now have a public high school that will open in 2029. So incredibly exciting news for our community. Something long overdue for our community. Provincial advocacy, this is something that we have worked very hard at with council's support. Staff and council have engaged multiple ministries at the provincial level with a very strong position, a very focused position and campaign to be able to move our community forward. We've been advancing our strategic priorities, and again, our message has been clear and consistent with provincial ministers. They know what we're looking for. We've chatted with them at Roma, AMO, and the image on the screen is from a session that we did back in November, where a group of staff and members of council went down on transit bus. We parked it right outside the legislature, so every minister walking into the building saw that we were there. And we've made some noise at the province. They see us, they hear us, they're listening, and they're coming to the table with support for this community. So I think we've made a great step at furthering our community. Unofficially, we're hearing from a tourism perspective, we're one of their top priorities in this province. So again, great effort by all involved to really move forward Wasaga Beach's interests. Next slide, please. So our advocacy has absolutely paid off. In a little over a year, we've secured over $130 million to advance Wasaga Beach. That is unprecedented for Wasaga Beach. We have never seen anything remotely close to that level of investment from the provincial government. It is a direct result of the advocacy that we have been working with our provincial partners on. So within 2014, we saw $57.7 million to advance the K-12 school, which is now moving forward quite rapidly. Tuesday, we saw an additional $59.3 million to advance a public school. We also saw an investment of $10.9 million to advance the beachfront, to raise Beach Drive. So incredible investments that will support our community. the 10.9 is welcome news to advance our beachfront. Again, a prerequisite to be able to move forward with some of the buildings. And then we shouldn't forget the $1 million that came from advocacy around OPP and the increased billing, because that would have directly impacted our taxpayers. So again, we thank all of our provincial partners. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears went into getting those numbers on this screen. So I think we can all pat our backs, and the community should rest assured that we're working hard for the best interests of all the taxpayers. Next slide, please. From an events perspective, what a great year 2024 was. We are well on our way to restoring Wasaga Beach. The brand of Wasaga Beach is a premier entertainment destination, something that we were known for almost 100 years. With our new facilities, the opening of our TPAL facility back in February, that drew over 6,200 people to the Wasaga Stars Arena and Wasaga Beach Public Library. Again, we are reestablishing that brand. Back on February 10th, 9th, and 19th, we brought in Burton Cummings, Blue Rodeo. Both were in the high 90% of being sold out. We saw an alumni hockey game featuring Jason Arnott, one of our local celebrities. We brought in Liz Manley, Elvis Stoico for some figure skating. So again, we saw the potential of that facility, and we're going to be capitalizing on that moving forward. On February 7th and 8th of this year, just in a few weeks, we're going to welcome Tim Hicks and Sam Roberts. So the exciting events are going to continue into 2025 and beyond. As well, throughout our summer, Strombella's, Tom Cochran, we welcome David Wilcox in October, etc. So many exciting things going on in our community. We understand the importance of entertainment, of activating our immense assets that we have to really grow our tourism potential in Wasaga Beach. From parks perspective, 2024 also saw some significant investments. $1.2 million was spent to build new parks and revitalize existing parks like William Arnell. As well, we are going to be moving forward with a brand new gateway feature. The first one will be built along Highway 92. We were hoping to have that in the ground in 2024. The contract has been awarded. An RFP was issued, contract awarded. All the engineering drawings are done. So everything is lined up to move very quickly. We held off because we're working with not only the Catholic Board, but Farsight Homes on site clearing, grading for both of those properties. So we didn't want to put a shiny new gateway feature in the middle of a construction zone and have it be in the way. So we want to make sure that some of that site clearing is undertaken first, proper grades established, and then we'll go in and put the entry sign in. So I do anticipate that this will come out of the ground late spring, early summer of this year. And next slide, please. Customer service is something that we've worked hard to modernize and make Town Hall more accessible to the community. We launched My Wasaga portal that is intended to provide ease of access to many of the services that we provide, parking passes, etc. So that has been highly successful. We had multiple sessions at the Recplex where we took staff out to the community. I know when we went virtual with parking passes, some were struggling with that we went hands-on, we walked people through it, and I think people now understand that it actually is quite efficient to get a parking pass online. We brought our building staff out to meet the community. If you wanted a deck, a new fence, etc., you could get permits very quickly. So we intend to continue that in 2025 and make our customer service as easily accessible to the community. We also launched a comprehensive customer review approach, and that will unfold into 2025 as we'll be striving to increase our service delivery model for the community. Surplus lands, we took a look at all of the land holdings that the town has owned. You've heard me say multiple times before that, quite frankly, a lot of folks forgot what the town actually owned, and the town is sitting on a lot of land that, quite frankly, we don't need at all. So we are in the process. We have engaged a local group made up of realtors from all of the brokerages. We are not giving business to just one. We are spreading it amongst all of the local brokerages. and they're helping us bring some of those properties to market. 3 properties went on the market in 2024. An additional 11 are almost ready to go. We're just finalizing some surveys, etc. So you'll see more come on the market throughout 2025. We don't need to rush these. We want to make sure that we get top dollar for all of these properties. So we don't want to flood the market with a bunch of vacant land. So that's why we're rolling these out slowly. But we are having some feedback on a number that are currently listed, and we're hoping to have some good news to council fairly shortly on a number of these. With respect to community engagement, this is something that council and staff feel is critical to what we do on a daily basis. We restored public meetings. We had multiple beachfront meetings throughout 2024. We had a multi-day charrette where we engaged the community to be part of creating the plan that will guide the future of the west end of our community, a portion of our community that really has never had that kind of focus placed on it in the past. We had 2 town halls where you could come in and ask us anything that was top of mind. Plus, we had a budget town hall. And as a sidebar, throughout my career, I've attended many budget meetings, many public budget meetings. That was the first time I've ever seen the community stand up and give staff a round of applause. So I think that bodes well to all of the hard work of our staff, particularly our CFO, who did a wonderful job at communicating the tough decisions that need to be made and how we are trying to be respectful of every dollar that gets spent. We launched an Engage Wasaga website, and myself, I have CAO office hours every Monday morning. Sidebar, if you're getting your information from Facebook, it may not be the most reliable source of information. Come on in any Monday morning, and happy to chat with you and provide you the facts as we know it. If I can't answer your questions, I'll connect you with a staff member who can. Next slide, please. So, 84 strategic actions that council told us were your priorities to implement. We are complete, ongoing, or underway with 94% of those priority actions. And again, I'm not going to drill down to each one of those. I'm simply going to open the floor up to council. And if you have any questions or want clarification around those, we can drill down as detailed as you'd like to get. But I want to assure you that staff are working incredibly hard to realize all of these. Not all of these will be entirely complete this term of council, such as developing the beachfront. That's a multi-council project. Some are, and we're going to tick off as many as we can. The 5 that have not yet started, we intend to move forward this year. So by the next update, I'm hopefully able to share with you that we're moving forward on 100% of council's priorities. But again, not all will be 100% complete by 2025, but we are working hard to advance all of these as quickly as possible. With that, I'll open the floor to questions and comments from members of council.
Thank you very much, Mr. CAO. Great presentation. And I'll look to members of council, and Councillor Timms is first. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. Thank you for telling us that you're going to be starting the ones that have not been started yet quickly, because that was a couple of my questions and concerns. I was also, I wanted to point out that saying the library and the arena are complete may not be completely accurate, because I'm aware that there's still some deficiencies that have to be addressed in the library and possibly the arena. Congratulations on the railings. That's wonderful. I also note that the Small Business Enterprise Center piece is marked as complete, and I think until there's a great plan in place, I'm hoping that's really being considered ongoing as well. With respect to the Christmas market, it's also marked complete, but I think that there may be other councillors that would agree with me that what we have today is not quite the vision that we brought to staff when we made this a priority. Yes, and that's it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Timpson, through you, Mr. Mayor. I completely understand. And it's difficult when you're assigning that, whether it's a complete or an ongoing project. The way staff look at it is a project has a start, the project has an end. There are many things, such as a Christmas market. I agree with you. A Christmas market is something that should be ongoing, and you should always be looking to improve it, make it better, and hopefully 10 years from now it's taken on a life of its own and it's a world-class Christmas market. The way we look at it is council asked us to create a Christmas market. We did it, we got it started. So that was the way we were looking at it in terms of we got it started. But you are correct, it could go into an ongoing category because we do see it as something that will take many, many years to grow and evolve. And quite frankly, there are a number of actions that could fall into that category. So it's a bit of judgment as to which category we put it into.
Thank you, Andrew. All right, next is Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick comment to the CAO, if that's okay. The priorities, for the most part, are measurable, which allows for this level of accountability. And for that, I am extremely pleased to see you can tag numbers to a lot of these things. But most importantly for me, it comes down to being a respected community amongst our peers and with the province. The engagement with at the political level with the province and taking the bus down there is hilarious, has had a dramatic impact on our community. And it's nice to see Wasaga Beach take its place amongst the most respected communities in our county. Thank you.
Excellent comment, Councillor White. Thank you. Next will be Councillor DeLeo.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Andrew, thank you for that insightful presentation. I just have a couple of questions on the priority list here, if I may. If you can just explain, number 5, explore the viability of rebuilding the Dardanella. We've got it here as complete with town funding and external funding. Can you elaborate on that?
Correct. Again, we had a debate whether to mark that complete or not. The reason it went in the complete category is there was discussion about whether or not we should save or try and save the current Dardanella. Mm-hmm. That decision has been made. That building is coming down in the next few weeks. It will be down by March. So we marked it complete from that perspective. We will not abandon the desire to replace the Dardanella with something new. Hopefully it could have the name Dardanella on it. I will share with you that we are constantly having discussions, not only with private developers, but with the province about the ability to rebuild something of that nature. So again, is it complete? Is it ongoing? It's kind of both. The first phase of that, determining whether or not we should save the existing building, that is complete. That decision is made. But please, for council, for the community, rest assured, we are not ignoring that. We understand the importance of a venue like a Dardanella to the future of our community, and we are actively pursuing that. And I am confident we're going to push as hard on that as we did on high schools, that at some point in the not-too-distant future, we'll have some wonderful news.
Okay, thank you. So that's that.
Sorry, Councillor, I think what's important to mention there, too, is that it's to explore the viability. Meaning, is it viable to save that building or isn't it? And we've determined it isn't, so I would say that was complete.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Yeah, good. Thank you. Number 37, what's dear to my heart here, implement windrow clearing. You've got it as complete. So each year, though, it will be reviewed, correct?
That's correct. And again, this is that line where you have to say the project was to create a windrow clearing program. We've done that. Mm-hmm. That project has started, so technically it's complete. Is that program running the way that you, Councillor DeLeo, would like it to? Clearly not, and we've heard that loud and clear. Staff will respond to Council's direction. I think this year has been much more successful than last. We've clearly got a lot more snow. I believe, and GM Lalone can probably clarify this, but I think we've got approximately 124 people that have enrolled in the program, which is light years ahead of where it was last year. So clearly people are taking advantage of this program. At the end of the season, we will absolutely come back to council and tell you, here are the stats, here's how successful or not it was, and what would you like us to do for next year? Are there things that we could do to improve it? Really, it really comes down to how much money council would like to allocate towards this program. We could create the world's best windrow clearing program, but there's a cost to that. So we have to balance the cost with, is it working? Are we reaching people that desperately need that help? I am pleased to say that 124, I'm thrilled that we are reaching 124 people this year. That's extremely good news.
Mm-hmm. Well, early advertising was good on that part.
Absolutely.
So it got out, and yeah, I like that.
Anything to add to that, Director Lalonde?
Thank you, Your Worship. No, I think CEO McNeil has highlighted certainly the success this year, and to Councillor DeLeo's comment, I think getting it out early and often, and the signboards along, our arterial roads and relying on the local paper has been helpful as well. And I believe that the total funds used last year may have been a little over $5,000, and we're certainly approaching $45,000 or $50,000 in available grants. So definitely an uptake, and we anticipate we'll see even more next year with other creative ways to promote the program. But again, as CEO McNeil had indicated, we'll bring a report forward at the end of season and just highlight the program once again.
Okay,
All
thank
right,
you.
Councillor, go ahead.
Yep, and hopefully we'll enhance it even more year after year. Next question. Okay, so the implementation of a town beautification program. You have here staff review and consult. Did we not hire a landscaper on staff? Like, wouldn't that person be doing that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have Katie, our landscape architect,
Exactly.
is having a tremendous impact.
Mm-hmm.
She's involved working with a lot of development applications. She's also leading the construction of the gateway feature and the landscaping that will go adjacent to that. Again, those plans are ready to go. It's already been tendered. That's going to be coming out of the ground in the spring. We're also getting her involved in a number of initiatives. The beachfront, she's working very closely on the redesign of Beach Drive and the new construction of Beach Drive. So she's brought a skill set that was missing from our corporation, and you will see that come out of the ground, in the not too distant future. But there's certainly more we're going to do, engaging the community around public gardens, etc. So more to come.
No, I question it because I saw consultant, and I thought, why do we need a consultant when we have Katie?
So it's a bit of both. The things that we can do in-house, Katie is certainly very capable, licensed LA, so she can do a lot of smaller projects. Beach Drive.
Okay, that's different. That's different. Yeah, that's
so she's.
when I think of beautification, I think of landscaping and.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last question. One more. The pursue the green energy alternatives at the beachfront. Is it? Are you considering that very soon because we're under construction? So wouldn't that wait a bit?
Yeah. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor DeLeo, that was one that we wanted to explore. Personally, I'm very passionate about that. We wanted to see if there was the ability for things such as district energy, geothermal, heating, cooling, etc. Back when we were in discussions with Fram Building Group, it became very clear to us that that kind of initiative today is not viable on the beachfront. We're not going to give up. I think we're still going to continue to push it. You heard earlier from Geosands that they're exploring potential solar panels, etc., on civic facilities. So we're not going to back off in trying to champion in it, but the potential for the beachfront today is just not there from a business case perspective. That said, there are a number of green approaches that we can bring to the beachfront. Permeable pavers is an easy one. I know that will absolutely be part of the plans. Stonebridge is already doing that, exploring heat pumps for units, etc. So we're going to look at everything we can to embrace green building technologies on the beachfront, but it was really the district energy, geothermal, the alternatives to energies that we were looking at. But again, that one's been tough.
Okay. Well, that's it. You've answered all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was easy.
Thank you, Counselor. Just remember to put your hand back down on the screen there. All right, Counselor Ego is next. Counselor?
Thank you, and through your worship. And Andrew, I really appreciate the engagement that has gone on with this council and how open you are at town hall and addressing the public's concerns and just letting everyone know what's going on. We all learn all the time. So thanks a million for that. I'm too on the beautification. I know that you take a section is how the town plans it. Last year it was kind of the gateway area into town. Are you still able to move forward this year with all that's going on? Is there another little section? Some of the business people ask me, is there another little area that's being zeroed in on this year, or?
We can absolutely look at expanding it. Last year, in my mind, we spent a lot of time in that main corridor, the Highway 92 entrance to the main bridge from an enforcement perspective. So there's a carrot and stick approach. That was more of the stick approach. You know, your grass is too long, clean up your grass, your fence needs painting, paint your fence.
Yeah.
We did a lot of that, and I think Rachel and her team, hats off to them. They worked incredibly hard at taking a proactive enforcement approach, which has never been done in this town before. It's always been reactive. So that was a big shift, and I think it brought good results. There's more we can do on that corridor. The gateway feature needs to come out of the ground. We've got a couple other initiatives that will become public along Main Street itself in the not too distant future. So there's more work to be done on that key corridor. So we can look at an additional corridor for 2025. Perhaps we can bring that back to council. We'll give that some thought and see what we could tackle in 2025.
Yeah, thanks for that. Or you just, as I say, keep working on that section where, you know, I know more is going in on there, so terrific. Thank you for mentioning the permeable pavements on the beachfront and throughout town. That is huge on the environment and the beautification and all of it. And this isn't really to do with the priorities, but it is on the beachfront because so many people will be asking, and maybe we could just mention it now because this will catch, I think, a lot of attention today, this chit chat, about parking this summer when they want to go to the beach. Could we just touch on that as involved with moving forward?
Absolutely. And so that is something that we're working hard on. GM Malone and the whole team. We want to ensure there's going to be a lot of construction going on down at our main beachfront. It is going to disrupt a lot of things. We're trying to minimize disruption to the best degree possible. We are trying to limit construction to specific areas and maintain as much of the parking as possible for 2025. So you will still be able to park in Playland parking lot. You will still be able to park in the lots between 1st and 3rd, just not all of the areas. So where there's active construction, that area will be cordoned off, but we will try to maintain as much of that as open as possible. Again, until the contracts are tendered and we know exactly where the construction fencing will be set up, we can't answer exactly where the fencing will be, but I hope in the not too distant future that General Manager Lalonde can come forward and actually share the construction staging process with council, and we'll be able to clearly identify where you'll be able to park in 2025. The spruce lot, I'm hopeful will be relatively untouched. So there will still be parking down there, but we're going to do our best for a couple seasons to minimize disruption.
Yeah, great, thanks. And maybe it's a good time to start spreading out on the beaches a bit, to direct people further along the beaches. Could all work with that when we address it. Great, thank you very much. Thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Belanger?
I think you're muted.
You're muted, Councillor Belanger.
I guess my answer can be correct.
It's the same unmute button you use all the time in the bottom left corner under audio. And you can yell at me all you like because we can't hear you. you try and figure it out, Counselor. I'll come back to you.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. I think I had unmuted and was listening, but I guess they muted me. But anyhow, through the mayor, I want to talk about maybe what hasn't been touched on, and that is our decision as a council and a senior management team to create a new culture within Town Hall. It's amazing how much we have gotten accomplished, but to remind our public, we become a little larger than our neighbor Collingwood and have about 70 to 80 less staff. And that is putting tremendous pressure on the municipality. And I can tell you for certain, I know many of our team that work significantly extra hours to accomplish what we've done. And that needs to be well recognized. We have Mayor Brian Smith, in conjunction with CAO, has really created a very strong senior management team, and we operate as a management team and with council, and that is somewhat different than the past. And the number one measure of customer service, the experts say, is employee satisfaction. And I've had at least 200 times residents come up to me and indicate that the atmosphere and attitude within Town Hall is very positive. And again, I want to recognize all of our staff for the tremendous job they're doing. And the other thing is that we're talking about our accomplishments, but I know that there is many significant projects in progress that are not that far away from being very positive announcements for our community. So this is sort of like the iceberg. You're seeing the tip of the iceberg, but 2/3 of the work is yet to be seen. It's in progress, and things like we announced, the application of Costco. We're starting to attract high quality businesses to our town, and I believe some of what we mentioned are just the first dominoes that are going to see a groundswell of development in our community. So again, I just can't congratulate staff enough, and Brian, your leadership is second to none, so I thank you.
If I could comment a little bit on that, and thank you so much, Councillor Belanger. Absolutely appreciated all the support from council. It starts with council and the tone that council has set. There's a tremendous buzz about Wasaga Beach, not only in Simcoe County, but far beyond. The discussions we have at Ministry of Tourism staff level, they tell us everybody's talking about Wasaga Beach in the halls down at Queen's Park. They've told us behind Niagara Falls, you're our next top priority. And that's okay. Niagara Falls is a nationally significant area, as are we, but we get it. I wanted to share some stats with you. I was chatting with Denise Elan, Director of HR, yesterday. At the height of the pandemic, Wasaga Beach had about a 61% staff turnover rate. We've successfully brought that down to 9%. 9 is still a little high for my liking. I'd like to be in the 3% to 4% range, which any great corporation where everyone's loving, that's where they are. So, but we talked about why is it still 9, and again, there are reasons for it, which I'm not alarmed about. There's no red flags going up, but that is a tremendous increase. We're seeing the satisfaction on staff, but I want you to rest assured we're not stopping. We met 2 days ago. We've created an internal staff team that are trying to find ways to improve the culture, advance what we're doing, increase customer service. So this to us falls into that ongoing category where you're never finished. You're always looking for ways to improve your culture and improve what you do and improve how you interact with the community. A great way to test how successful we are is when we post a job. A few years ago, it was very tough to get applicants to apply to come to Wasaga Beach. Today, we're averaging between 200 and 300 applicants for every job that gets posted because people want to work here. What I've told our staff is we want to be able to not have to go external. We want to invest in our employees and grow talent from within so you can rise through the corporation. But there are times when you need to go external. But that just tells you the way people are looking at us. Everybody wants to work here. So, again, thank you to council's leadership enabling that to happen. And I personally want to thank everyone on the leadership team, all the general managers, deputy CAO. We have absolutely decentralized decision-making, empowered GMs to drive the mandate of their respective areas, and it's working. Staff are happier, and the results we're delivering are light years beyond where we were a couple years ago. And I agree with you, Councillor Belanger, this is the tip of the iceberg. I think 2025 is going to be an incredibly transformative year for Wasaga Beach, and the future looks bright. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Thank you, Andrew. Next is Deputy Mayor Snell.
Your worship, I did see that the deputy CAO has had his hand up for a bit. Did you?
No, I'll go to him as soon as you're done, and we'll be done with council.
Okay.
Unless you bring something up that council wants to talk about, hopefully not. And then I'll go to staff.
Thank you, your worship, through you. I just want to echo what my fellow councillors have said. I think the team has just done a tremendous job in such a short period of time. And I never, I questioned at times whether we would ever see a high school, and to accomplish such an incredible feat for 2 high schools in this amount of time is absolutely incredible. And I know how much heavy lifting that took. So thank you to everybody that's involved. I also wanted to touch, as Councillor Belanger did, in regards to bylaw, or you did as well, CAO McNeil. I really appreciate what Rachel and her team have done in terms of beautification of the community and being proactive and looking at property standards, looking at the community through the lens of the traveler and of the resident and what that looks like in terms of the optics and the feel of it. So I see a tremendous improvement there, and as well as the proactiveness around the sign bylaw and starting to implement some of that and cleaning up some of the businesses so that aesthetically they're better. And also too, I just wanted to acknowledge the incredibly quick and professional work of the expansion of River Road East. And we've lived through this type of construction before, and it just seems to drag on, and potholes and really bumpy roads, and that seemed much shorter this time. Like, yes, there was a period of uncomfortableness, but it didn't seem to last as long as in the past. And I'm just so pleased with the expediency of that particular project and still being on budget as well, from what I'm aware of. So I just want to say thank you so much. I think we're doing a tremendous job, and I can't wait to see what the next 2 years deliver. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Snell. And now I'll go to our ever so patient Deputy CAO, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to share with Council, Councillor White mentioned earlier in his comments about the provincial relationships, and I want to share with Council that, when we get down to AMO or Good Roads, you have those 10 or 15-minute meetings with the ministers, and you often wonder, did I leave an impression? Did it matter? Did it make a difference? And so I just wanted to share with Council that Minister Dunlop was unable to attend the announcement of the high school this past week on Tuesday. So I sent her a text that said, thank you very much, Minister, for the investment in our community and believing in our community, and we really appreciate it. And her text back to me says, I've never forgotten our meeting at Good Roads 2 years ago. So we met with Minister Dunlop in her role as Minister of Colleges and Trades and University at the time, and articulated the need for a high school, the relationship with skilled trades and colleges. So here we are, almost 2 years to the day since we had that 10-minute meeting with Minister Dunlop, and she remembered that meeting, and it was part of her decision-making process. So what Council does and presents down at Avon, those relationships do matter, and in this case, it's kind of validates our belief that it always has mattered. Here we are 2 years later, but the minister saying, yeah, I remember, and she invested in our community. So I just wanted to share that, Your Worship.
Thanks very much, Jerry. Well worth sharing, and very important piece of what it is that we're trying to accomplish here. I see Councillor White has just put his hand up. No, it's gone away. All right. Any other staff member wish to comment on this item? Okay, I just have a few things. I think, as council, we can sometimes become impatient because we want to get things done as quickly as we can in a 4-year period. It's just natural of politicians, I think. But, I cannot praise our staff, our CAO, our deputy CAO, our general managers, and every staff member right down to the people who are cleaning toilets, sweeping streets, picking up garbage, planning, engineering, building, you name it. Because we have created an atmosphere here, and I heard it just the other day from some staff members that, when new people come here, what they're hearing is it's a great place to be because it feels like family. I've been in business a long time, and I learned many, many years ago that the most important people in my business were the people on the very front lines. If they didn't do a good job, if they weren't happy, then wasn't anyone happy. And, I bring that same mindset here to Town Hall, and I know that the rest of council believes in that, and so does our senior leadership team, and it's showing. And, it may sound like we're here blowing our own horns, and perhaps we are somewhat, but we should be proud of our accomplishments. I started fighting for a high school over 10 years ago now, and I've always believed we could get there, and here we are. And I've said it before, when my day comes, when I'm no longer mayor, I think my proudest accomplishment will always be that we were able to achieve getting a high school in Wasaga Beach. And the fact that we now have 2 coming, I'm just over the moon about it. But I'm also very clear in understanding that it wasn't me alone. It was a team effort right from the very beginning. And although it didn't feel like a team effort at all times with outside sources, I can tell you that today it certainly feels like there is. We're going to have a presentation in a bit from Mike Foley, who is our trustee, and I can tell you, although we haven't had a ton of conversations, there's no doubt that Mike has been a part of the team, and he has fought hard for us as well, as well as with respect to the Catholic board and our Catholic trustee, Sean Cooper, a huge part of the team, and has fought very hard for Wasaga Beach. And you often hear me say that, politics is about, first and foremost, building relationships. And I believe that. I believe that's what life's about. That's what business is about. If you can't build good relationships, then nothing else is going to matter. And I believe wholeheartedly that we have been successful thus far in building great relationships. I can tell you that Premier Ford and his staff have been top-notch to deal with. It's really exciting when I know that I can pick up the phone and call Premier Ford's cell phone, his personal cell phone, and he answers it. And if he doesn't, he gets back to me. And another example of that is I the other day after the announcement sent a thank you note text to Premier Ford and to Minister Dunlop and Minister Surma, thanking them for their hard work in making our province better and our community better. And, you get returns. I didn't get a text message back from Premier Ford. I received a phone message thanking me for the message to him and indicating that, they believed in Wasaga Beach and to keep going. And so those are positive advancements that we've made, and very, very important advancements. Premier Ford's staff have been top-notch, and we're working very closely with them, and so we've got lots of good things, I believe, coming our way still to be able to announce in future. MPP Brian Saunderson, again, a part of the team, believes in what we're doing, and has been there for us and promoting. We heard from Minister Lecce when he came up and announced the high school that he was basically sick and tired of hearing from Brian Saunderson about Wasaga Beach. That tells us that he's working hard for us. And then we hear that on a regular basis. With respect to our council's priorities, there are several of those priorities that we have to realize are never truly 100% complete because they're ongoing. And the Christmas market's a prime example of that. I mean, I'm a big believer that we can never stop improving. And so as long as that Christmas market is there, or the summer farmers market, or many of our priorities are in place, they're complete. And the fact that we've got great staff who are working hard to improve upon those year after year after year, I think speaks absolute volumes as to their dedication and commitment to the taxpayer of Wasaga Beach, and I thank them for that. The image of Wasaga Beach and our beautification, this is one of those things, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to take a lot of time. Wasaga Beach, and I love this town, but it has been left to deteriorate for many, many years, for many, many different reasons. And not just municipally owned, but privately owned. And municipally, we're pulling up our socks and we're starting to clean everything up. And we're asking our partners, being the taxpayers, to do the same. You need to cut your grass. You need to keep your yards clean. Listen, what you do inside the four walls of your house is entirely up to you. But the exterior and the image of our community, forget about talking about the image for the tourists, although it is vitally important. We should be working towards an image that we want as the full-time residents in this community, to make Wasaga Beach the best it can be. Folks, we are so far well on our way and well ahead of where we were in 2 short years. We've got 2 short years, and there'll be very short years to go. I have all the confidence in the world in CAO McNeil and his staff to get the job done and get it done well. So, Andrew, thanks for the presentation. We truly appreciate it. And we'll now move on in the meeting. So, Madam Deputy Clerk, are our next presenters ready to go? Or Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. If we can just get the motion, mover and seconder, to receive the presentation, please.
Yeah, I'll do that motion, but are they ready to go? I'm asking because if not, we'll take a short bio break and then come back.
Yes, they are.
They are. Okay, great. So the term of council priorities, recommended motion is that the presentation titled Term of Council Priorities 2024 Update Presentation to the council meeting of January 30th, 2025 be received for information. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Timms and seconded by Councillor Eagle. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, now moving on to 7.1 in the agenda. And this is a presentation by Ryan Durrell of Axiom. And he is here with Leland Civic, the treasurer of the county of Simcoe, another great staff member at the county, to present the County Simcoe Municipalities Insurance Pool presentation. So good morning, gentlemen. Welcome. Good to see you. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Council, for having us. I'll share my presentation. Can everybody see that?
We can.
Okay, fabulous. My name is Ryan Durrell. I'm from Aximo. We're consultants that have worked with the county and the municipalities involved with this insurance pool exploration. And just by way of background, and I'll just dive right in. By way of background, in response to premium uncertainty over recent years, the county and participating municipalities looked at alternatives to the way insurance is procured now to identify opportunities for improvements in cost and cost stability. We've already undertaken significant due diligence in the form of a feasibility study, an actuarial study that was completed to determine if there was in fact a strong business case for the implementation of an alternative and what that alternative might be. And having done that, implementation is now well underway, and we're looking for the municipalities to commit to the new structure. The proposed solution after the feasibility study was a municipal insurance pool. This wouldn't be the first of its kind. There are 2 existing pools in Ontario, the Waterloo Regional Municipalities Pool, which was established in '98, and the Durham Municipal Insurance Pool established in 2000. And so 25 years later, we're pretty excited to be looking at launching potentially the 3rd insurance pool in Ontario. You might be asking, why did it take a quarter century to launch a new pool? The short answer is that from about 2005 till about 2018, we saw a very long period of soft insurance market conditions, which meant that insurance premiums were steadily reducing over time. Terms and conditions and the availability of insurance was very high, And so it wasn't exactly a scenario where municipalities were looking to change things up. The hard insurance market came in 2018 and solidified through 2019 and so on, which is why we're talking today. That said, these two municipal pools have been operating through that time, delivering significant value to their subscribers, to the municipalities within them. And so these pools do operate and provide value regardless of the insurance marketplace. So why start an insurance pool? First and foremost, because insurance is actually quite expensive. Looking at the projected insurance premiums for 2025 for the 18 municipalities, including the county, we're looking at a number, insurance premium number of $20.6 million going out to insurance companies. And based on the actuarial study, using the data from the municipalities, an estimated $7.1 million was expected to be paid on losses. So that's just 34 cents on the dollar going to pay losses to cover the losses of the municipalities. Where are the other 66% go, you might be asking? 31% is estimated to be going to profit and risk margin for the insurance companies. They're not charities, so they do operate in a profit mode, but also paying for the operating expenses of the insurers, including marketing budgets, TV ads, etc., broker compensation, and premium tax would be another 35 cents on the dollar. So just to give you a quick analogy about what we're talking about, as an insurance pool is a form of self-insurance, and self-insurance is a bit like making your own meals at home, whereas insurance is like dining out at restaurants. The end result's the same, but how you get it's a little different. So why do we buy insurance? First and foremost, just like when we go to restaurants, largely it's for convenience. We can see the price right there on the menu. We know for the year what the insurance premium is going to be, so it gives you annual cost certainty, and it's fairly convenient to purchase. It also provides specialty items, so it allows us to transfer the risks we can't or don't want to accept, but also to do some niche things like, for example, cyber insurance. I, for one, have not undertaken making raw sushi at home, but I do make a mean bowl of pasta. Service is another piece. When you pay for insurance premiums, you also get service built into that coverage, and that includes claims and risk management services. So especially for smaller municipalities, this is large because otherwise you would require additional dedicated staff to achieve the kinds of things that insurance brings to bear. So why should we buy less insurance? Cost, simply put, pun intended. Insurance comes at a premium. The other reason why we might want to buy less insurance is if we have the ability to build out in-house capabilities. As I mentioned, I can make a mean pasta. I'm probably not going to go out to a restaurant and order that. So as we build out our risk management and claims handling capabilities, it becomes beneficial to service more and more claims in-house. And we'll circle back to that. So how do we buy less insurance? First thing we can do is invest in risk management to reduce or avoid losses, but practically speaking, the way to reduce the cost is to increase deductibles or self-insured retentions, which are somewhat synonymous. But in doing so, as a single municipality, that creates some volatility, especially for smaller municipalities, that creates volatility. And so the proposed approach using pooling reduces that volatility by sharing the risk across a pool, just the way insurers do to stabilize the losses year over year, but also it allows us to create central resources to coordinate and deliver the risk management and claims management services that we want to be able to do ourselves. What does coverage look like under the pool? Self-insurance does not mean no insurance. The insurance policy that will be protecting the municipalities is largely the same, except instead of 18 individual municipalities, it'll be 18 individual policies for the municipalities. It'll be one large policy covering all the municipalities. It'll have largely the same coverage. In some cases, it will provide higher limits than municipalities currently have because that large policy will carry the largest limits required by the group. And so coverage will be as good or better, subject to some small nuances from carrier to carrier. What does this look like visually? First of all, we're really not changing the way municipalities will interact with and I can do air quotes here, their insurance program. The pool will operate quite similarly. You'll still have a municipality deductible. It's important that municipalities continue to have a deductible so that they have some invested need to maintain and implement risk management as they do now. Above that deductible, which might range from $10,000 to $100,000, will be the pooled layer of risk, which will bring the per claim retention up to $500,000 per claim. And above that, we will continue to buy insurance. As I mentioned, insurers handle certain things that we don't want to retain, and they're very good at it. So we'll continue to buy insurance. We're just changing the way we buy it. Speaking of deductibles, deductibles are very important. It's also important that we streamline and make more universal the deductibles that the municipalities have. So the actuaries have proposed set deductibles by municipality size or by exposure size. So all the municipalities will be engaging with the pool in the same way as their like-size peers. So you can see the deductibles go as low as $10,000 per claim, and then, for example, for the county can be as high as $100,000, and the pool really only offers the difference between whatever that deductible is and $500,000. So going back to our structure, one of the questions we often get is, well, what if we have a $15 million claim and all of a sudden we're all wiped out? I'd like to say that that's not the way it will work. First, if we have a $15 million claim, the municipality, just as it would today, would bear the initial deductible of between $10,000 and $100,000. The pool would be on the hook for up to $490,000, but as little as $400,000. And then above that, the insurance that we will be purchasing will continue to cover those extremely large losses to the tune of $14.5 million. So we'll still be looking to offlay those very, very large losses. What we're really trying to cover within the pool layer is the predictable losses that are much more frequent. You might be asking, how often do we get insurance claims above $500,000? The answer is roughly one or fewer a year. So putting some dollars to the discussion, as I mentioned out of the gate, the projected premiums for 2025 for the 18 municipalities, including the county, is about $20.6 million. We also estimate the municipalities are expected to retain about $1.8 million under their current deductibles. We're going to change that. What we're going to do is we're changing and streamlining those deductibles to be more consistent from municipality to municipality, and so that amount under the deductible will grow slightly to just under $2 million. And the gray bar there, the 20.6, we're going to purchase insurance differently, above $500,000, and that insurance premium is going to reduce to $7.7 million. What's going to be retained within the pool is $8.4 million. And this will allow us to deliver the same services and claims coverage that municipalities have now, but with up to a 19.2% savings over status quo. Will this be more complicated? No, it won't. So this slide is just really just to highlight the fact that the pool will charge the municipalities a singular levy number, and that the complexities behind the scenes will be managed. So really, we're not adding complexity to the insurance process. In fact, I would say we're streamlining it. And if we put on our X-ray goggles and we look through that $16.1 million, where does that number come from? How was it built up? The actuaries have identified $4.5 million of expected losses to be retained by the pool, so a significant amount of losses expected to be retained. They've also identified a $815,000 risk margin for the pool to make sure we have more than enough money 4 years out of 5 so that we're well funded on our losses. They've selected $1.575 million for operating expenses, and this is to cover the pool staff that will need to be hired, and we'll talk about staff in a moment, including claims management, risk management, claims software, finance services, actuarial services, etc. And again, $7.7 million is earmarked to purchase the excess insurance, including the costs associated with that. And then at the far end, the actuaries have identified a $1.5 million surplus contribution for what they call the setup phase. And the setup phase is about making sure we build a robust reserve for downside risk early on. But that $1.5 million will not be required in perpetuity. But as you can see here, we can cover all of those expenses while still delivering up to a 19.2% savings over status quo. So how are we generating that savings, you might be asking? Well, largely speaking, we don't think claims within the pool structure or in the insurance structure are going to be any different. We're not suggesting that there's somehow we're going to change the cost makeup of those claims, although we do think there is an opportunity to reduce the cost of claims down the road. Really what we're doing is reducing the amount of for-profit insurance and establishing a pool which will then manage a meaningful portion of the losses on a not-for-profit basis. So it's about reducing costs from the structure. And one of the ways we're going to do that is consolidate the insurance placement services by reducing brokerage costs. Currently, brokerage commissions within the marketplace are around 15%. So if you take out your calculator quickly and say $20.6 million times 15%, collectively, the municipalities are paying about $3 million a year to insurance brokers who take no risk at all. I'm not saying they don't provide service, they do, but by streamlining and centralizing that we can reduce those costs significantly and pass that on to the municipalities. Additional claim savings will likely materialize as we go down the road, as we build out those in-house capabilities and we can make more meals at home, if you will. So once we build out those services, we might find some claims costs reduced, but that's not being captured in this analysis. That will be further savings down the road. In order to plan for stability, in working with the technical working group, which had representatives from a variety of the municipalities in the program, we recommended and they elected to defer 9.2% of the 19.2% savings to a later date and provided at the initial term 10% direct savings over status quo. So delivering a savings, but accelerating the buildup of surplus. This will provide a belt and suspenders surplus for enhanced stability. It will also create a second and even third wave of savings, which we'll talk about in a moment. And it will also allow us to have smoother year-over-year budgets, less surprises, more predictability, exactly the kind of thing we want. How does this stack up? Again, pun intended. I am full of them. $815,000 of surplus will be generated with the actual risk margin, assuming claims emerge as expected. The additional $1.5 million that the actuaries are suggested we earmark for surplus during the startup period, and then as elected, a deferred $2.06 million of deferred savings, and all of this will be put away as equity within the pool to create a $4.375 million buffer, roughly equal to the amount of claims we expect to receive in a single year. So this will be a very, very well-funded structure. What this means over the next 5-6 years is that as we go from the far left, which is the status quo, the gray bar being our $20.6 million, the municipalities entering the pool will immediately see a 10% savings over their 2024 premiums, deferring a 9.2% savings for a later time. By year 3, we will have enough surplus in the system with the $1.5 million. We will not need to collect that anymore, and we'll be able to expand the savings to 16.7%. So a further 6.7% savings at or around year 3, 4. And then beyond year 5 or 6, it will become very evident that the 9.2 deferred savings is not necessary, and that savings gap will grow to 25.9%. Some operational considerations, and just a heads up, this is the second last slide, so if you're enjoying this, ready yourself, it's about to come to an end. Planning the launch date, we're planning a launch date of June 1st, 2025. You'll be pleased to know that June 1st is inconvenient for everybody, and nobody has a June 1st renewal date, so it's equally inconvenient The Simcoe municipalities have various insurance renewal dates, January 1st, April 1st, July 1st, September, but nobody has June 1st. So you're pleased to know. Inconvenient for everybody, but convenient for streamlining administration, getting terms from insurers, including things like knowing what your premium is well in advance of budget time and taking one of those uncertainties out of budgeting. The current policies do allow for cancellation midterm. In some cases, there are some minor penalties, but they are more than offset by the first year savings. Joining the pool will require signing on to a subscribers agreement. The subscribers agreement creates the association that is the pool. It has a 5-year commitment out of the gate. And this is to ensure stability. It's also to provide negotiating power with the excess insurers. And it also gives us an opportunity to make sure that municipalities that sign up get to see the full breadth of savings before they evaluate whether or not to renew. The advisory board that will be created will govern the pool, so no single municipality will have a governance. It's 1 seat per municipality within the agreement and 1 vote each, irrespective of size. So the biggest municipality will have the same voting power as the smallest. I think that's important. The advisory board will also set pool levies annually with input from actuarial resources, so they'll have the ability to get some professional advice from actuaries to determine what those levies should be. A pool manager will be hired and will be responsible for the day-to-day operations. So we're not looking to download anything to the municipalities. That agreement also lays out entry and exit conditions. Last slide. Not all municipalities are required for launch. We actually modeled this down to 50% participation, and the savings were material, and the 10% was still achievable at that rate. We've had enough municipalities already sign on that we're past that 50% mark by premium volume, so the pool is moving forward at this point. Accumulated surplus will need to be matched by anybody looking to join later. So we talked about that $4.4 million that we were going to add to surplus. A municipality who decides not to join in the inaugural year and tries to join later will need to probably play catch up on the surplus. Members joining later may also not meet the criteria for joining. Right now, all the municipalities that we're talking to have already been vetted through the feasibility study. But things can change in a couple of years' time, and you might not meet that criteria for joining. And the pool advisory board simply may not accept new members. As we were told at county council by members of the Waterloo pool, they've had approaches from other municipalities and have essentially opted to maintain their current membership. Last point. Pool staff will be hired. It's being budgeted for within the pool levy, so no additional costs expected there. They will provide risk management services, claims handling, the appointment of adjusters and defense counsel on claims, the organization of meetings and materials, coordinating expenses. All these that municipalities come to expect from their insurer now are going to be coordinated by pool staff. So again, I just want to reiterate, there will be no downloading of additional work on municipal staff. In fact, if anything, municipal staff will have access to new resources dedicated to the Simcoe region. Last point on that, there will be an advisory board, and we will be looking for municipalities to have a member on the advisory board. So when I say there's no additional work, there may be 2 or 3 meetings a year that they need to attend to provide direction to the pool. So that's the one sliver of additional work for somebody, but hopefully it's enjoyable. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Great presentation. I think it explains just about everything that we need to hear, but I'll open the floor to questions or comments from members of council. Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. Thank you, Ryan, for the really detailed presentation. It takes a complicated subject and broke it down very digestible. Just in regards to the contributions from each of the municipalities, how are they calculated? Is it based on population or is it based on risk level? Just curious because, like, for example, in our community, we're kind of unique in that we lease land to a skydiving company, for example.
Well, the reality is it's more tuned to the risk of each municipality. So it's not on a per capita basis. It's really based in the initial period. We're using the outgoing insurance premiums to guide us on what the relative risk levels of the municipalities will be. We're assuming the insurers are pricing the municipalities commensurate with the risk that they present. As we go through time, when we start to collect data within the pool, we can start to look at whether or not we want to deviate from that. And I don't mean overnight big changes. I just mean we want to make sure that we are reflecting the individual risk of each municipality appropriately and assigning the costs correctly. So the first 3 years are expected to be quite stable, as mentioned, a 10% reduction, which will stay relatively flat except for inflationary pressures. And then around year 4, the advisory board will be tasked with coming up with an allocation methodology for establishing what those levies should be based on real claims experience and historical premiums. Just to give you a for instance, within other pools, they have a capped increase per year. So if there is a need to move something, and sometimes there is, if a municipality undertakes a new risky activity, and that can be thoughtfully done to provide services to residents, that might come with an additional risk cost, and vice versa. If they implement significant risk management changes, it might necessitate a risk reduction. So in the long term, we want to see that those levies track with the relative risks of the municipalities participating. So nobody's really subsidizing one or the other.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a supplemental. That's great to hear. That sounds really balanced and fair, so that those municipalities that have, 7 pools, public pools, for example, they would be paying, their fair share in order to have that protection. And in previous presentation from our CFO in regards to our insurance premiums, and last year, I think, I might be wrong, but I think they jumped like 30%. We're seeing significant increases personally as well as municipalities in this insurance market. So doing a pool like this completely makes sense. And I really appreciate the thoughtfulness and recommendation in not having a weighted vote on the board. I think that's important because every municipality should have an equal voice and equal say, and so that there isn't a dominance for larger municipalities. So I very much appreciate your presentation. Thank you.
And through the mayor, I might provide just some comments on that. I appreciate very much those comments, and also wanted to point out that that equal vote is important. And the other piece to that within the agreement is that there's a fairly high threshold for passing the vote around levies to ensure that the municipalities achieve at a fairly high threshold, achieve some agreement about what those should be. So it's not a 51% passing threshold, it's higher than that, to ensure that those voices matter.
Great, thank you very much, Ryan. Seeing no other questions or comments, no hands raised. Again, this comes, we talk about good staff at the town of Wasaga Beach all the time. This, ladies and gentlemen, comes from the great staff at the County of Simcoe, thinking outside the box, and how, the County of Simcoe are catchphrases for the greater good, and this is the County of Simcoe's great staff thinking about how to improve and reduce costs for the county as a whole. So to Leland and Trevor and the group at county under the direction of CAO Akins, thank you for that, and congratulations. It's an exciting thing, and it's going to be, I think, quite a large savings for all of us. So we do have a motion that the presentation by Ryan Durrell of Axima to council pertaining to Simcoe Municipality's insurance pool be received. Can I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And then we have a second recommended motion that the report titled 2024 Municipal Insurance Pool to the council meeting of January 30th, 2025 be received, and that the mayor and clerk be authorized to sign the form of subscription in the municipalities in the County of Simcoe Subscribers Agreement, and that the Chief Financial Officer or appropriate designate be assigned by the Chief Financial Officer, be authorized to represent the town of Wasaga Beach on the Municipal Insurance Pool Advisory Board. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger, seconded by Councillor Ego. All in favor? That carries unanimously. All right, Ryan, thank you very much. Leland, thank you. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you very much, everybody. Have a great afternoon.
All right, we're now moving on to item number 7.2, which is Trustee Mike Foley and the Chair, Dana Powell. The Simcoe County District School Board is here to give us a high school update. And it's going to be exciting to see Mike and Dana if you got it. Or sorry, it's Corey, not Dana. Corey, how are you? Good to see if you've got any more exciting news to update us with today.
Well, I think we do, Your Worship. Greetings from the Simcoe County District School Board to yourself and Madam Deputy Mayor and councilors. I mean, it's been a great week. We were all together the other day at the announcement where we got $60 million almost in financing for a new public high school. So as Deputy CAO Marshall said to me, I'm walking on air, and I'm sure everybody else is as well. So thank you for all the assistance that you've given us. I appreciate the support. And, big shout out goes to NPP Saunderson, because he's done a lot of work. He's gone to the well a number of times for us, so I really appreciate that. This is really great. I brought along with me, instead of the chair, because he couldn't make it, I brought along Superintendent Corey Van Ispen. He's the superintendent for business and facilities, and he knows about everything that's going to happen in our new high school. And he has a wonderful presentation ready for you, and I'll be willing to answer some questions after he's done. So let me introduce you to Superintendent Van Ispen.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. We can hear you loud and clear, Corey.
Excellent. Thank you. And can you see my screen as well?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Thank you. And through you, Mayor Smith, to council. Thank you again. Name's Corey Van Ispen, Superintendent of Business and Facility Services here at the Simcoe County District School Board. Trustee Foley asked that I bring a brief presentation to council, just outlining the exciting project of the new Wasaga Beach Secondary School. I'd like to start by thanking town staff and school board staff for all the work that has occurred to date, moving this project forward. We have two great teams that are working well together, which makes all the difference on these important projects. Originally, this presentation was going to be about what we want to do, but as of Monday, it's about what we're going to do. So the location of the new secondary school, it's going to be at the corner of Sunnydale Road and Sun Valley Avenue. This is very close to the recently opened new Wasaga Beach Public School, which was a great joint project with the town of Wasaga, bringing an elementary school and community use space to local families. The secondary school will have an on-the-ground capacity for approximately 1,145 pupil places, with room for future growth. A lot of planning and work has gone into this project over the years, culminating in some of the key milestones presented here. This project was resubmitted to the ministry this past September, along with another letter of support from Mayor Smith, reaffirming the town of Wasaga Beach's support of the project and the town's commitment to expedite municipal approvals and prioritize the project's successful completion. On Monday, we received the funding approval, which is great for both our current and future students and families. With the size of the secondary school that we will be building, it provides us with the opportunity to give students a wide variety of programming, allowing them to explore and develop their skills. As seen here, regardless of the pathway a student is working towards, be it the workplace, skilled trade, apprenticeship, post-secondary opportunities, they will be able to prepare themselves at our new secondary school. The school environment will also provide all those great other things that high school brings. And at the same time, This facility will provide the community access to more social and recreational space, be it in the triple gym, on the sports field, or gathering in the cafetorium. Just want to point out again, the program that we have listed here, it's all-encompassing, very fulsome, and with a school this size, it allows us to provide so many opportunities for the students that attend. So here we have a image of the draft site plan that has been submitted for pre-consultation with the town. The building will be 3 stories, sports field with a practice field, room for accommodating future growth with portables, and a division of the various traffic flows and parking that will occur on site. We have completed legal and topographical surveys. Our boreholes and monitoring wells were completed last fall. Building and site design is at 95%, and we are on track for site plan approval application in June, if not sooner, with an expected timely review and approval thereon. And then lastly, here is a 2D representation of the exterior of the school building. And so in closing, this has been an exciting week for the students and families that we are now working towards opening this new Wasaga Beach Secondary School. Again, thank you. And with that, I'm more than happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Nispin and Trustee Foley. Wow, great rendering, lots of glass. It's going to be bright, open, very, very nice. I'll open the floor to members of council first for questions. Any members of council? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Worship, through you. Thank you, Superintendent Van Nispen. Having been a former trustee and working with you, I know how committed you are to seeing these construction projects go through and stay on timelines and on budget. Our community is so thrilled. And, you know, I want to just publicly thank Trustee Foley for continuing to have the conversation, and to the senior leadership team at the school board for believing in Wasaga Beach and working so hard to make this come to fruition. And of course to MPP Saunderson for the support. So it's incredible, and I'm just literally goosebumps. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor Ego.
Thank you, through your worship. I'm sorry, I thought Councillor Witt was ahead of me, so I wasn't quite ready, but thank you. And thank you for the wonderful presentation and all that's happening. I mean, I know we cannot say enough. I have a question, and it's about really on the outdoors of the school, and I'm just throwing this out there, looking at that plan. On the football field, is that a track? Is there a track designed around that football field, or not there? Just very curious.
Thank you, and through the mayor to Councillor Ego. Yes, that is a track that is around the playing field. It is one of the standard features that we do try to incorporate into all of our outdoor fields at the secondary, as we know that athletics is a big draw for the students, and physical activity is great for all.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. And as a follow-up to that, we're looking at eventually maybe bringing games, Ontario games, to Wasaga Beach. It's down the line. And I realize how important tracks are, and we really don't have a track in this area. So to know that that's on the plans really bodes well on as we look ahead to bringing games to Wasaga Beach. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor White.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you, it has taken a lot to get us here. It's taken a lot of time, and it's taken certainly a lot of people, not only from the great efforts from our current trustee, Mike Foley, but the previous ones and the task force before that, and councils for as long as I can remember. So I'm very excited to be here. I love this design. I love this look of everything that you're doing. I don't know if you can answer this or should answer this right now, but I do want to put on the table about the buses and the access. Currently, if you look at CCI and the school it's not in your board, but on Ramblewood, busing, pickups, drop-offs, all this sort of stuff causes a tremendous traffic problem and a safety issue, something that we've been looking at a lot with traffic calming measures. Now, this high school has entrances that are not on Main Road or Collector Road, as other schools typically are. It's nice to see that the entrance is inside the subdivision, which is definitely going to help that out, but it could cause an awful lot of inconvenience for locals if it's not managed really well. So I really hope to, when you get to that point in the planning, see, what the plan is for buses and how to make sure that, traffic, student cars, teacher vehicles come and go without too much safety concerns and impact on the local residents. And again, thanks again. This is a tremendous win for the county and for the town of Wasaga Beach.
Thank you, Councillor. Superintendent Van Ispen?
Thank you, through the mayor, to Councilor White. If I may, I'll just throw the screen back up here onto the layout. So you're correct. I can't really speak to the details right now. However, with the design, if you can see my arrow here, we do have multiple entrance and exits onto the site. And definitely a discussion with regards to traffic flow has been had, both internally here at the school board through the design process with the architects, but as well with town staff. So definitely flow of school buses, of students, student parking, student travel, and staff as well. And then as well for after hours with the public coming in and utilizing the facilities as well. All of that is being discussed. But one of the nice things with this design is we do have multiple access points that we can work with.
Great, thanks for that. I see Councillor's given a big thumbs up. Any other questions or comments from members of council? How about staff? Any questions or comments from any members of staff? All right, seeing none. Gentlemen, again, thank you very much. It's an exciting time for Wasaga Beach, that's for certain. I can see you guys are smiling as much as we are. Mike, I can't thank you enough for your hard work and dedication to the kids at Wasaga Beach, and I'm sure you work just as hard for every kid in every school, but you've been a big part of this, as well as Brian Saunderson, and going back to as far as the art process in 2009. I mean, there's been people fighting hard for our kids each and every day, and so this is a positive note. I think we're all going to be on a high on this one for high school. We're all going to be on a high on this one for quite some time. So thank you both for the presentation. And just know that if there's anything at all you require, I know our staff are at the ready to do everything and anything to move this along, help you in every way we possibly can. And if there's anything required of council or the town, don't hesitate to reach out, and let's sit down and have a conversation.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate all your help and help from staff. I think all we need to start doing now is start thinking about what football uniforms we want. Have a good
Those
day.
are good problems to have, Mike. All right, gentlemen, thank you so much. I do have a motion here that the presentation by Trustee Mike Foley and Superintendent Van Espen of the Simcoe County District School Board pertaining to the Wasaga Beach High School update be received. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Belanger and seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Gentlemen, have a great day. Keep up the great work. All right, moving on to, actually, I think what we're going to do at this point is we'll take let's take a 17-minute bio break. So we'll come back at 11:45. So please come back a little early so we make sure everything's working. We'll adjourn this until 11:45.
Okay, Your Worship, we're going live. We are live. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Clerk, and welcome back, everybody. We'll now move on throughout the agenda. We're on item number 8, which is delegations, and we have no delegations before us today. Item number 9 is government relations. We have a verbal update with respect to the provincial elections, and the Deputy CAO and General Manager of Legislative and Development Services, both Jerry and Nicole, will speak to this. So the floor is yours, folks.
Thank you. Well, first, Nicole, I'll hand off to you if that's okay. Yeah, Your Worship, just want to give council the heads up. So we're starting to convert the arena today. The floorings arrived to start to convert the old arena to the federal election. And council may have heard that given the speed of the provincial election going underway, Ontario elections were a possible attendant in that facility as well. But they had the good fortune of finding space, so they won't need space in the Stars Arena, but they were kicking the tires of that opportunity as late as yesterday. So part of the reason on the agenda today was if the provincial government needed the space, I was going to ask council permission to proceed. But as it turns out, they've got space and there's no need for them to occupy ours. So, but on the federal side, things are moving forward, contract signed, and works progressing to get the facility ready for March the 1st for the federal folks.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Nicole?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. So the next regular scheduled council meeting, that occurs on February 27 is Election Day. To ensure that council and staff can hit the polling locations, we are going to reschedule that council meeting to Thursday, March 6th. And then we will subsequently cancel the March 13th council meeting and resume March 27th. This will all be communicated through our communications team on social media and on the town's website to allow everybody to attend and make their vote. Thank you.
Excellent. Important to get out and vote, folks, so we'll make that as available as possible here at the town. All right. Anything further? If nothing further from you folks, we'll move on to item number 10. Which is staff reports. The following report items have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Item 10.2, 10.3, 10.4, 10.7, 10.8, 10.9, 10.10, and 10.11. Are there any other comments from council or staff on the consent reports? There's not much left. Councillor Belanger?
Sorry, was the Recreation and Facilities Report pulled 10-4?
Yes.
Oh, then I was just going to comment, but I'll wait until that's pulled. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, the motion that the following consent list items under staff reports and all recommendations considered therein be adopted, excluding items pulled and moved to matters for consideration, be voted on separately. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 11, correspondence. The following correspondence items have been pulled and moved to matters for consideration. Bill voted on separately. Items number 11.2 and 11.3. Are there any other comments from council or staff on correspondence items? All right, seeing none, the motion that the following consent list items under correspondence be received for information, pardon me, excluding items pulled and moved to matters for consideration to be voted on separately. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. And then item number 12 is minutes of board and committees that the consent list items under boards and committees have been received for information. Any questions or comments on this? Mover and a seconder for this then, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Moving on to item number 13, matters for consideration. So the first item under matters for consideration is the 2024 Conceal Funding Report, and that was pulled by Deputy Mayor Snell. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. I was really excited to see this report come forward because we've had lots of discussion at the council table in regards to the casino funding and all of the benefits that it's bringing to our community. So thank you to our CFO, for bringing this report forward and informing the community on how we're investing those much needed dollars. What I wanted to ask about was in regards to our medical clinic. You know, obviously that was a key priority of this council to get that medical clinic reestablished. And again, I really thank the staff for the creative solutions that they found and how quickly that came together. But I was just wondering if the clerk was able to provide an update to the community in terms of its utilization. I've had the fortunate opportunity to use it twice so far in the 2 years and was very grateful for that. So if I could ask the clerk if you could please update the public in regards to some of the traffic that we're seeing there in returns of the return on that investment that's been made thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. The medical clinic has been such an asset to this community, and there's so many successes to celebrate, and that's because of our partnerships with the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Corporation and that casino funding, the South Georgian Bay Ontario Health Team, and the Georgian Bay Family Health Team, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the staff at that clinic. They are amazing, and the patient care is wonderful and top-notch. The nurse practitioner-led after-hours clinic continues to operate Monday, Wednesday, and Friday nights. One NP sees approximately 15 to 20 patients per evening. In 2024, there were approximately 1,900 patients seen just at that after-hours clinic. The Georgian Bay Family Health Team continues to provide their services from the clinic, which includes the diabetes education, smoking cessation, and mental health services. And then in 2024, the South Georgian Bay Ontario Health Team received the funding from the provincial government and began operating their shoreline clinic from 160 Beck Street. That OHT-run clinic has had great success since opening in April 2024, and we are working with their team on what data we can provide the community with patient numbers and appointment numbers. The clinic has an NP throughout the week, occupational therapists, physiotherapist, and social worker that sees patients Monday through Friday. The link to all these amazing healthcare services are found on the town's website, and administration is continuing to find innovative ways to attract doctors to Wasaga Beach and is partnered with the Ontario Health team in these efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any further to yourself? I think it's amazing. I can tell you that I am hearing from residents in town on a regular basis who have had the opportunity, unfortunate opportunity, or fortunate opportunity to use that clinic. It's 1,900 patients, just think, in the first year that we have saved from having to sit for hours and hours and hours in the emergency room. Not only an inconvenience for them and not feeling well having to sit there, but alleviating and taking pressures off our local emergency room. So absolutely a great success story. You know, we made this decision, and the local health team is using this as well. It's a good news story all around. So good job to staff, and I can tell you I also hear many compliments on the quality of the staff at the clinic. Very friendly, very compassionate, and it's working very well. So that's excellent. There's no other comments on this. All right, we do have a motion that the report titled 2024 Casino Funding Report to the Council meeting of January 30th, 2025 be received for information. Madam Clerk? Sorry, I need a mover or a seconder. Moved by Councillor Eagle, seconded by Councillor Timms. Madam Clerk, call the vote, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
And Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Moving on to the next item is grants to organizations policy update, and this is pulled by Councillor Belanger and comments by Councillor Tim. So Councillor Belanger, go ahead.
Yes, through the mayor. I just wanted to clarify the process. I'm assuming it's not changed. There was an indication that it had to be a not-for-profit organization, but in the past and in the end of the report, it does indicate that council has the ability to approve other funding, but I guess if they do a deputation to council, we would see that. But if they're not a nonprofit, are they still able to fill out an application and submit it for consideration? I just want to have some clarification there. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam CFO, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Worship. Under the policy, the way that it is written currently, that if they're not a nonprofit, no, we don't provide grants to them. If they were a commercial business, we would not be able to provide grant funding to a commercial business. So it needs to be nonprofit. And providing grant funding to commercial businesses could be considered bonusing, so you wouldn't offer that. But the grant program is designed to help nonprofit organizations. Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't believe that has changed in the whole time that this program has been available. We do have a facade program that's open to local businesses, but not through grants, correct, Madam CFO?
That is correct. We do have a facade program.
All right, thank you. Good day. Go ahead, Councilor Belanger.
Well, just in follow-up, so is that formally a charitable or nonprofit? Like, I mean, we've had informal presentations from sometimes hockey teams or different things where I don't believe they're for-profit organizations, but I don't believe they're formally charitable or nonprofit. So they would still, I guess, be able to fill out a grant.
So through the chair, the program, when we look at the nonprofit status, there are different documents that we will accept as explaining their nonprofit status. It's not technically the exact nonprofit status, but if they're an organization, like some are, they must demonstrate that there is a mandate and who are the members of that group that come together under that mandate. So it's like a charter somewhat that group puts together. So we require something to demonstrate they are an affiliated group in some manner and have a structure of some kind and do operate in a nonprofit intent. So we are flexible and we do look for that, and we haven't had any problems to date with evaluating the nonprofit status of people who have applied. Thanks.
All right. Any other questions or comments on this? Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. A couple of comments and a question. I'm quite pleased to see that the multi-year approach is available. Having worked in an organization that I applied for grants, this is so important for succession and sustainability of organizations and events, etc. I think also the payment sequence exception is wonderful. So often early in the year, money is needed to make deposits, etc. So I think that's really good. I have a question. Is there any former grant recipient or applicant that will not be able to apply based on the change in the document?
Your Worship. There's nothing changed in terms of the eligibility requirements. The only thing that we have changed is the manner in which we process the applications. And that's the only change.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments on this matter? Deputy Mayor Snell.
Thank you, Worship, through you. First of all, thank you so much for this report, because this has been one piece that has sometimes been a bit of a struggle for council in terms of being able to prioritize where those funds get allocated, and also to the transparency in terms of the financials of the organization. And most importantly, here's sort of my question. If an organization applies 1 year for, a capital investment or repairs or something like that, and then they're applying again the next year for more funds, what reporting are we requiring in order to ensure that what the funds were applied for the previous year were actually completed and done to fruition, and that the funds were used for the intended purpose or something like that, to just make sure that we're getting all of those details from the folks that are applying. If you could clarify, please.
Thank you, and through your worship. So yes, when applications are received, for example, for this year, when we receive applications, our finance manager receives those and reaches out to anyone who has applied for grant funding if they have not submitted the prior year's financial report on what they had received. So we do require that they tell us in an informal way, but it's a reporting requirement that we have, that they send in and tell us how they spent the funds. They give us some proof backup of how those funds were spent, what were the benefits of receiving those funds, so that we have something to document the value of that grant. And we keep that on file. And if they don't submit that, then they're not eligible for the current year's grant program. Thank you.
Anything further, Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you. Just a supplemental comment. I think that's so great because I think we're going to see, with the financial climate that we're in and just the strain on all organizations, there's so much need out there. I think we're going to see more and more demand on this financial offering. So I think the more that we're able to tighten some of the pieces and the processes to make sure that it's equitable for everybody, but at the same time that the dollars are being used to the greatest value is so important. So thank you to you and your team for doing this great work. Thank you, Jocelyn.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Any other questions or comments? Okay, the other thing I would add is that perhaps we should start to look at not only if they apply a second time and what they did with money previously, but before we actually issue the dollars and cents, that we're seeing invoicing and work has been completed. So as that we know that before we even give the money the first time, that it's actually being used for what they say. Not that I think anyone wouldn't do that, but there's always situations where this happens. So I like to see staff look at being maybe a little tighter on, if you've submitted because you need to repair your roof, then show us quotes for that and an accepted contract that's actually being done.
Your Worship, what I could add here is there is more intent to look at this policy for further amendments, and perhaps we could give that consideration at that time, because that would change the way the program is administered today. Usually once the grant is approved by council, we, within the next few weeks, pay everyone out their grant at that time. So there would be a change in that payment structure if we did that. However, we are going to look at the policy for other changes too. So if you're fine with that, we'll put that in as one consideration.
No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam CFO. All right, if there's no other questions or comments, we have a motion that the report titled Grants to Organizations Policy Update to the council meeting of January 30th, 2025 be received, and that council approve the amendments to the grants and sponsorships to organizations policy attached as Appendix A. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Ego. Madam Clerk, call a vote, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
That button's in the same place all the time.
Yeah, well, it's finicky, so in favor.
Thank you. Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
That carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving on to the next item, Recreation Facilities Department 2024 year-end review, and that was pulled by Councillor Belanger, and comments to be provided by Councillor Timms. It was pulled by Councillor Eagle. My apologies, and provide comments by Councillor Belanger and Councillor Timms. So, Councillor Eagle, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Your Worship. Yes, I would like to thank Chris for this very in-depth recreation report. I always like the photos that go along with it and that upright. I did reach out, unfortunately, late to Chris yesterday with the week we had here, and I just didn't get to him. So I don't know if he's here or not. I don't see his name up here.
I see a smiling face. He's here.
Is Chris here?
He is. Right
I need
below
to
you.
see a smiling face.
If I speak, maybe that will bring it to your screen. I am here.
Thank
Councillor.
you. Okay, thanks, Chris. Because I do want to apologize for being late, throwing some questions at you last night. So this is really just a heads up, and what we chat about is great. So because I agree with you, I absolutely agree that it was a milestone year for the recreation and the facilities department here. I mean, there are so many activities offered in this town, and the people are coming out in droves to everything every time I see. So that's fantastic. The one that really does concern me, and I've gone over it different times, and it comes back to me from different people, and that is the declining numbers, I believe, for the Wasaga Beach Minor Hockey Association. You know, it seems every other town is growing leaps and bounds in hockey registration, and yet, to the best of my knowledge, ours is declining. And we don't offer girls, and yet girls is growing in Collingwood. So I don't know if you want to speak to that now or down in the future, you know, come back to us on that.
I can certainly look into those numbers. The town is truly only at arm reach from the local minor hockey association. We facilitate, I think, a great facility that should help in attracting new members to their club. But I do not know the specifics on their numbers, and could look into it, and perhaps I'll email council to try and give a snapshot of where those numbers have come from in the last few years.
Oh, that'd be terrific. That'd be terrific. I saw in November 24 that number stood out. You had great traffic in. We had great traffic. So what was the reason? What was the event or whatever, or events? And were 2 ice surfaces in use during that?
Certainly. November was the record month since we opened the building in February. And I think one element that I can certainly hang our hat on that would have increased the traffic would be that we had 3 Silver Stick weekends in the month of November 2024. So that definitely pushes the numbers up intensively on weekends. Beyond that, I would say that this was the onset of traditional winter skating and hockey season for the first time in our new building. Last February, as traditional hockey is starting to wind down, we opened the building with a series of special events, so we weren't doing much more than a single pad. This fall, that traffic count, which is truly at the lobby door, so potentially a third of that is dedicated to library traffic or walking track, as well as the 2 ice rinks.
Right.
That would add to it, but I think that was our first full-blown winter month. And last but not least, the junior hockey games. These are always a little bit of a spike. The Tuesday night has been getting amazing traction, and we haven't seen a game with less than 500, I think would be a reasonable guess there, and certainly 600 to 700 on other nights.
Well, yeah, I agree with you there on those hockey nights. Dragons are pulling a lot, and it's great for the town. And the Silver Stick, I walked into the arena, it's just booming when that's on.
Before you go to your next question, Councillor.
Yes, I will. Thank you.
No, Councillor, before you go to your next question, the CAO, or Deputy CAO, had his hand up with respect to your last question. I wanted to give him an opportunity. Jerry?
Okay, yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Ego. Following up on Chris's comments about minor hockey registration, the Canadian Hockey Association have changed the regulations now so that kids don't have to play in their own specific municipality. So kids from other municipalities can now play for minor hockey associations in different municipalities. I would suggest that probably with our beautiful rink, our beautiful facility, the opportunity for minor hockey to look at expanding their programs, elevating their profile exists for them to help grow as well. So the more kids we have in those teams, the more of our kids get to play, and the better the sport becomes in our town. So I think the new rules by the Canadian Hockey Association, will favor growth in our municipality as well.
Great, thanks, Jerry. Okay, go ahead, Councillor.
So thanks, Jerry, on that. So would we, and I really didn't plan on going down there, but would we be reaching out then to the other communities if our kids are going to Elmvale now or Stater and Collingwood do we do something to encourage them to come here?
As Chris said, the minor hockey's got arm's length, so we're not really part of the town, so we're not in that conversation. But I assume that those leading the association are aware of the rule change and trying to understand what that can mean to their organizations and how they can grow.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So another question then for Chris. Do you have the stats, or could you get them for us? How often, or is it often, that both rinks are in use at the same time or very close to the same time?
Certainly. I'm sorry I did not answer that specifically when I talked about the November traffic. So we do on our quarterly reports, and I guess look forward to the end of March. Early April would be typically the timing of that. We have been reporting to council on ice use, multi-purpose room use, some revenue numbers, et cetera, for those facility rentals. The one number, and it is cited in the yearbook report today, is that ice use in 2024 was up year over year, 59.8, I forget the exact decimals, but roughly in what I would call a 10-month season, we have increased ice use 60%. So we've obviously added a second pad. We didn't run to full capacity on the second pad, but this is a general number that tells you that we absolutely were running as busy as last year, plus we had 6 out of 10 hours on the second pad as well. I can break that down for total number of hours that the arena is available and report that year over year, or for at least the first quarter of 2025 against the first quarter of 20. It's still a little bit loose because we didn't run a full 3 months in January, February, March last year, but at least you can see how many hours a day we are operating. The total number of hours is in this report as well. I haven't done the quick math on 365 days, but the building will be open 365 days in 2025.
Right. Okay. Yep. Thanks for that. That'd be good. I've had some inquiries over the Christmas time, especially, and about public drop-in skating in the holiday season. I believe you said we had about 1,200 skaters. Have you increased the holiday time skating or opened up anything extra that from what we had at the Old Stars Arena? Have there been any other programs opened up there?
Definitely there have been. So when we made the second pad available, obviously with the opening of our new facility, generally we have about 13 hours of public skating a week. And the revenue numbers are second to none in comparison with year over year. I think just the popularity of the newer facility has drawn attention. We're getting easily dozens of older adults in the daytime public skates. The parent and taught, we also throw in those numbers both shinny and adult hockey with equipment. We have pickup nights. There is a limited time on a Saturday that we're actually pulling back for public skates. But all in all, we generated over $20,000 in revenue in the first year here, 2024, and our expectation and budget is for 30-something for 2025. So yes, very good uptake, absolutely night and day compared to the following that we did get at the old arena for a smaller number of these public skate offerings. Last but not least, and if I can preempt your question, stick and puck. And this was a very smart suggestion I got from a in-the-know counselor not too long ago. Our first experiment with that will be in March. We're going to do family stick and puck. This is what we've heard from comparable other municipalities as a good one that gets young kids can get out and learn to skate with a puck and a stick in their hand. Yeah. But we are experimenting with that, and expanded public skating time likely will happen more in the daytime. But as I said, it's advertised in the current rec guide. There are 12 different types, and in fact 13 total hours that we offer a week.
Yeah, that's great. I'm happy to hear about that stick and puck. I've had people on me about it. And so one I forgot to ask about, and I hadn't read about it, that you ran the first ever town recreational hockey tournament. How did that go?
That was a success, and it was in fact not the first. We have run it at the old Wasaga Stars Arena as well. It happened in spring. I think it was May, if not June, and I think it was 13 teams this year. So that certainly is a success. We aren't up to 32, I believe, is our record for a good tournament on both pads in a weekend. But definitely this adult hockey tournament is alive and well, and we intend to continue it every spring.
Okay, that's great on that one. You'll continue on that. I want to end with a good news one, but this may be. But I'm just curious about the Skate Ontario Provincial Championships that you held here. I mean, that was huge to bring the coaches and international skaters here. And it may have been on them, it wasn't well advertised at all. And I remember actually phoning town hall because somebody told me about it. And so I did not know, and many people did not know. And I believe Councillor Timms actually volunteered there. So do you know what happened there? Are they looking at coming again? Will it be advertised?
I have inquired. We don't have the official room booking built in yet, but I think Skate Ontario has to go through an approval process. I understand that it was very favorably received, and so they are interested in having the local Wasaga Beach Figure Skating Club host it again. Similar to minor hockey, we are at arm's reach. We did a lot to try and help make this happen. It was a very high caliber of skating. Some of the kids that were competing that weekend were qualifying to compete at nationals for the province, and I think that it was very well received, and it should happen again. We do feel that this is the type of event that the community could embrace, and the ticket prices were very reasonable. I think you could buy a weekend pass Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday for $25 or $10 a day to get in. So it is something that's very cost effective if people are interested to see what competitive figure skating is all about. And ideally, we can work with the organizers to try and make sure that messaging is more out there in the community prior to the event, should it happen again in January.
Yeah, that's great. That's what I was thinking on. It's high caliber and exactly what we want for the town and for the arena. So, okay, thank you very much, Chris. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I guess it's important to point out, though, that these organizations are private entities. They're not town organizations, and so we can work with them as best we can and put it on our website and so on. But from an advertising standpoint, that's kind of up to them to get it out there. And I'm sure they do a great job within the figure skating realm, if you will. But to get it out so more people attend is a good idea for sure. But we'll have to work with them on that. Okay, then the next person to speak or comment on this will be Councillor Belanger. Councillor?
Yes, thank you through the mayor. Basically, just a congratulations, the breadth and depth of our programs and activities and locations for our residents is very robust and well received. I will say that the announcement of the new high school came very quickly. We've had partnerships with the high schools as far as using some of those facilities for town. That was mentioned for the games, Ontario games, but I'm sure we'll get on that, and that's yet another location that may be available for some programs and activities. So congratulations to your team and all the hard work that makes this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Next is Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Chris. I want to congratulate you on a great report. I have some comments and a couple of questions. I think that fundraising that's going on at the youth center is fantastic. It's certainly teaching some entrepreneurial skills. And I want to applaud you and your team for the growth in the nutritional program for the kids, and you know, due to the fact that we know some of our families are really struggling in this regard. And I know this is, you know, Councillor Eagle mentioned me with skating. I have to mention her. This is a very big project that she's working on, getting our kids fed in the schools, and this opportunity for them to enjoy meals together is really quite something. As well, the pent-up enthusiasm for all the seniors program is wonderful, and the the notion of the intergenerational programming where you're taking the seniors and the kids on trips together. You know, I live with a 15-year-old and it certainly keeps me young. So I think that's wonderful for our seniors to have that opportunity to, you know, mentor and role model, and the kids to keep them in the loop about life. I wanted to mention the Ontario Championships after Councillor Ego twigged that with me. I did do a volunteer stint there. And of course, I ask everybody, where do you come from? And man, they come from everywhere to that program. So that's a really good tourism type of draw for us. Unfortunately, most people weren't staying in town, but that'll be fixed shortly. I do have a question, Chris. A quick one first. Do we get much uptake on businesses and dignitaries sponsoring ice time for public skates?
I am aware of our public skate sponsorship program has had some recent uptake. I think it would relate to MPPs. I don't have specifics on that, but I do believe that we have rink board advertising, and now this is another option for people to get their face out there in our community. And it has been inquired on. I'm not sure if it has been purchased, certainly.
Yes, because I really think that's a good one to collaborate with the business community and to increase that public skating time for people. Would you also answer the question about the karate? Is that a third-party group? That was right at the end of the report, and I didn't know about it before.
No, this is a town-run program. We have, my own kids, I won't date myself, but I think that this program has been underway at least 15 years. I would also compliment our group. They are qualified black belt instructors, and it is sort of a self-grown group that leads the adult and youth programs. Certainly, I would guess that 2/3 at least would be more like recreational school-age children, but that program has been running consistently in the town of Wasaga Beach for at least 15 years. I would say before the YMCA, it's more than 20 years, in fact, that it's been active. So yes, this is a Wednesday night program at the Recplex, and we have a series of different ages and skill levels.
Thank you. And my final question has been asked before, but as a library board member, I seem to get it a lot from people. The people counter, could you explain again how it accurately counts people without double counting entrance and exit?
Definitely. So we have 3 in the building. There is 1 inside the library entrance. So not only if a person goes past these automated double doors will that one be activated, and there's no other exit from the library. As we all know, you're not supposed to take your books out unless you check them at the front. So the system is designed to only count people walking in. So whether, one person stays for 10 minutes or another stays for 3 hours, they will only account for 1. Obviously, if so-and-so leaves, goes to Tim Hortons, comes back, they'll be counted again. Same thing in the 2 vestibules. So if you look carefully, you'll see a little piece of electronics on the ceiling of our 2 vestibules, and they are designed to only count body movements going in. So, it's not scientific. There's obviously back doors where staff can get in with keys. But I think it does give us a general indication. A typical day is about 1,000. We've noted that in the slide deck. And I think our record days are over 3,000. Definitely those concerts were big ones that have been discussed in council in the past. And I think the largest ever actually happened in the month of November. It was 3,200 people passed under those people counters at that time. So they only take 1 out of every 2 passes. Obviously, that makes for the people heading in only, but they cannot differentiate if it's the same individual running out to their car to check on something or whatever it may be.
Yeah, well, thank you very much, and that's all from me.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a couple of quick comments to Director Roos. I always love your reports and just hearing all the good news of the fitness activity and the health and well-being of the community. And I just wanted to highlight one in particular, the Seniors Active Living Center. I think that's such a great example of 1,000% utilization of a space. You know, to be able to have that programmed and so well loved and used and embraced by the older community during the day while the youth are at school, and then flip it around in the evening to really just get programming max value out of a full day is fantastic. And I think it was a wise investment on this council based on staff recommendation to invest in the grounds of that property, and so that programming could spill outside of those walls. And I really appreciated that photo being included in the report of the fire pit area in the back. So I think that's just fantastic. And the other thing I just wanted to comment on too is how often I hear in the community how much appreciation they have for the walking track and how well used it is, and what a social component that's become for the community. I know several groups that meet there on a regular basis, and you know they talk through life as they're walking, getting healthy. And this winter has been such a great example of why that's needed, because walking outdoors this winter has not been a very comfortable feat. So I just wanted to comment and to show gratitude to the staff that maintain that space and keep it safe, because it is very well loved in the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Snell. Councillor Eagle?
Thank you, through your worship. Thank you for indulging me. I'm sorry I got wrapped up in ice and hockey, and I had a couple of other comments that I just wanted to make, just comments. And I was with Councillor Timms on the SALT report. I had no idea they had the intergenerational programs going, and amongst all the other things they do, and that is, you know, so valuable for both generations, all generations. And the youth center, I mean, they're impressive. What did I see? They had 156 new members this year. I mean, that's unbelievable. And over 6,000 kids participated there at the youth center. The grill team, my gosh, they raised over $11,000, and they're out there in sweltering hot weather, and they're friendly to the town. I mean, it's just all good news here. And but I'm with Councillor Timms on this, and I'd made notes about it, so thank you, Councillor Timms, as well, about how you invested in the increased the weekly food and nutrition program spending, and that you are feeding 350 kids there and serving them snacks. I mean, that is just so important with the food shortage we have today, when we know 1 in 3 kids are going to school hungry. So it's paramount that our town is doing this. And this is our future. This isn't, I mean, it's great for the kids now, but we're investing in our town for the future. They are our future, and their happiness and their well-being. And there's that old adage, it takes a village to raise a child. So thank you to the town for all you're doing for our youth. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Don't forget to put your hand back down.
I will.
Thank you. All right, any other questions or comments? Seeing none, very in-depth report, Chris. I think it's probably the most in-depth report that I've seen in my time on council with respect to the information in there. So thank you for that. I'm glad you answered the question, for every 2 crosses of the beam, it counts as 1, because I get that question often too. Because there's a lot of people in the community who do not use the arena or the library, and of course are concerned about why they're paying for it, and where our numbers come from. So it's good that we have that information. I get it. We can't, if the kids are running in and out at a hockey game, I mean, how do we count that? We don't. But I mean, it's safe to say it's fairly accurate, or it probably is accurate unless we were doing facial recognition, which might not be a bad idea for some of the rugrats who are causing trouble. But at any rate, the other thing I think is important to point out is, we all sitting on council and staff may often hear, or too often hear, I should say, that, what's going on in town, there's nothing's happening, and there's nothing to do. Well, really all you got to do is on the town's website, go to the recreation department, and you're going to see clearly there's a ton of things to do here. And a lot of it is is at a very, very small cost, if not free. And even the bigger ticket items are, I would say, probably some of the lowest costs still throughout the county. Great job, Chris, to you and the team. Great improvements this year, and we appreciate that. So please take that back to your team. I do have, I do want to point out, I have some concerns with Councillor Ego's comments about minor hockey and those numbers dwindling. I hear the same thing, and it is concerning for me. I mean, we have a beautiful double ice pad, Olympic-sized arenas, and our numbers are dwindling when others are climbing. So I guess what's important to note, because I do hear this from the public, that, you know, these are, as you say, Chris, arm's lengths organizations, and we don't run them. We do everything we can to help them. But you know, it might be worth, I guess, another conversation. I know myself and the deputy CAO early on in this term of council attended one of the minor hockey's annual meetings, and we could see clearly that there were some issues there, and I'm hoping they've worked through that. So maybe Jerry or Chris, we could set something up to sit down and see, you know, how it's improving and where it's going from here, because it's vitally important. For our kids, that organization is intact and it is strong and it is growing, and B, that you know, our arena, our ice pad, $60 million is getting used as much as it possibly can be. And then to the girls hockey or female hockey, I think that's another. And I know your team is talking and working on it, but I'd really like to see some progress on that, and how we look at bringing girls hockey here to Wasaga Beach. We know that we have a lot of female players from Wasaga Beach playing in other communities, and a lot in Collingwood, and so tells me that the numbers are probably there. How do we really start focusing on bringing women's hockey and girls hockey here to Wasaga Beach? So other than that, great report. Thank you very much. And I see the councillor can find his hand raised button, just not his unmute button quickly. So Councillor Belanger.
Yes, through the mayor, I just say with minor hockey, again, I'm looking at, I haven't heard the most latest census data, but the average family income in Wasaga Beach was a little lower than the province, and minor hockey can be quite expensive for families, so we might want to include organizations like Jumpstart in this conversation, and seeing if some of the registration is due to the fact of some of the cost to families for equipment and everything else, and that maybe we can bolster that support up a little. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Good comment. I think that statistic has been fairly consistent for many, many years, and yet our minor hockey has always thrived in this community for many, many years. So although I don't disagree with you, I think that there's maybe some deeper issues in that we need to look at and try to help to make that organization stronger and better. If there's any other questions or comments, seeing none, we do have a motion that the report titled Recreation Facilities Department 2024 Year in Review, the council meeting of January 30th, 2025 be received for information. May I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Eagle, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. Madam Clerk, call the vote, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to surety bonds, new legislation, and this was pulled by Councillor Belanger. Councillor?
Yes, thank you. Through the mayor, at the end of the report, it indicated we might consider a future fee for this service. And when I see some of the verbiage in here, you know, that the municipality is in sole discretion can determine that the principal has defaulted in performing an obligation guaranteed, and payment must be received by the insurer within 15 days. I have to believe that somewhere along there's an appeal process. like no insurer would just pay out based on the municipality making a determination. So I think there are going to be additional legal fees incurred by the town, and I just feel if a fee is possible to attach to this service, that we should do it sooner and later, because there will be certainly some additional costs incurred, in my opinion. Thank you.
Madam CFO?
Thank you, Your Worship. With regards to the fee, I think certainly the fee would be to try and recoup some of the legal costs that we need to incur just to have the surety bond reviewed before we accept it. But with regards to the insurance company paying the town out, this was what I was referring to in the staff report, that the legislation has been well written, because this was one of the concerns why municipalities did not want to move away from letters of credit to an insurance bond, is because we do have that ability to call that letter of credit based on our own discretion. And so that legislation has been written so that those surety bonds must be written in that manner, that they cannot challenge the municipality, that the moment we put forward in writing to them to request that payout, because we have on our own determined that they have not met the requirements, the insurance company must pay out the municipality and cannot challenge that. So hopefully this will work in that way. That's the way it's designed to work. But until we actually see this functioning, we won't really know the efficiency and effectiveness of this new instrument. Thanks.
Thank you, Madam CFO. And I think the key word here is legislation, correct? It's legislated, so it's the law, it's the rule, it's final. And if that's how the legislation is written, then I don't see us having developers or whomever's providing this or insurers the ability to fight. They can try, but at that point, because the legislation, if the legislation is clear, we will be able to recoup our costs through that as well, I would imagine. Go ahead, Councillor Belanger.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I would just say, like, I mean, we've all dealt with insurance companies, and you know how quickly they pay up often. But even if the legislation says they have to pay, that doesn't mean that they wouldn't dispute the municipality's decision after the fact. Like, I just find it hard to believe that there may be a case where a developer and the insurer is saying, hey, we don't feel the decision was right. And in those cases, there could be costs incurred. All I'm saying is, if a fee is possible, nominal fee or whatever the fee may be, and if we are able to do that, why not do it right from the start, as opposed to playing catch up later?
Any other comments, Madam CFO?
Thank you, Your Worship. Certainly staff can give further consideration to the fee. We can have discussions internally and bring back an amendment to the fees and charges if that's the direction of council to give that consideration.
Any other questions or comments on this matter? See, now, I guess my question is, and I don't necessarily disagree with Councillor Belanger. However, if this is a fee so is that we're going to be kind of insuring ourselves for legal fees should we have to fight, I mean, that fee is going to have to be substantial. I mean, legal fees are, for the town of Wasaga Beach, are probably $500 minimum an hour or better. What kind of fee would this be? It would be substantial. I think what I'm hearing from the treasurer, and I think you have confidence, Madam CFO, that the way the legislation is written currently, that we do have final say, and it is all based on our call.
That is correct, and I wouldn't recommend we try to set a fee to coop what might happen, because the legislation is saying that should not happen. However, the legal fee that we might want to set is to cover the cost that we have to now pay a legal representative to review that surety bond, which would be a much lower fee, but it would still, you know, if we start to receive a number of bonds a year, those costs can add up. So we could do a recovery legal cost method fee for surety bonds only. And it's just.
And I could agree with that completely. I think that's an excellent idea because it also then, we now also have our own lawyer saying that yes, the surety bond is solid and it is clear that should the town decide they haven't upheld their end of the agreement, that we will be able to collect it. So I don't have an issue with that, if that's how we want to look at it. Are you comfortable with that, Councillor Belanger? So you'll bring that back in future with respect to fees and services, Madam CFO?
I'll have some further discussions with other staff involved and then come back with a recommendation.
Okay. There's no other questions or comments then. We do have, it was only Councillor Belanger that pulled this, so we do have the recommended motion that the report titled Surety Bonds, New Legislation to the Council meeting of January 30th, 2025 be received, and that Council approve the recommendations outlined in the staff report for development of a financial policy regarding securities associated with the Planning Act. No further questions or comments. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor White. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to the next item, additional budget request, Climate Action Advisory Committee, and this was pulled by Councillor Timms and comment by Councillor DeLeo. Councillor Timms, floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I pulled this report to try to get a better understanding of it and hopefully have some comments from Councillor Belanger, who is council representative on that. I do want to comment that I think it's important in the terms of reference review coming forward in 26 or 25. I'm not sure the clerk would be able to confirm that as she is planning to review all of our terms, that it may want to spell out clearly in terms how the advisory committees have access to funding and what funding looks like for those committees. So just a comment, and also, having read the report, I'm left a little bit confused about how we're going to move forward with this, whether the funding is being provided through the town or through the advisory committee after receiving it from the town. So I guess I just need a wee bit more a clear understanding of this process. Thank you.
Madam CFO?
Sorry, thank you. I believe this question might better be answered by our clerk with regards to the committee and the funding, because the budget is there. My understanding is that these funds would be transmitted to the new, I'm sorry, I'm not recalling the name, Green Economy Hub pilot project. So that's where the funding is going to go. May I defer that to the clerk for further comment?
You may. I called upon you, and I will refer to the clerk, but I called upon you specifically. One question or part of the question from the councillor was, will this funding go to the committee and then the committee to the Green Hub Economy Hub? And I think we want to make clear that if this is approved, then the dollars would go directly from the town of Wasaga Beach, not through the committee. Is that correct?
That's correct. Like, my understanding is it would go to the Green Energy Hub committee that is formed. That's where those fundings would go. I just wanted to give the opportunity for the clerk to explain it further if need be.
Great. Thank you, Madam CFO. Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Worship. The Climate Action Team from Collingwood and Wasaga Beach did delegate before Council on October 24th. They had this request for the funding for the Green Economy Regional Hub. At that time, the delegation was just received and there was no further action taken. At the last council meeting, council did direct staff to return with a report. So we did look at how we could fund that request, and when we felt it best that it aligns well with the committee's budget. So that's why you see the recommendation from the $3,000 of surplus from 2024 and $3,000 of their 2025 approved budget. And that's how we're going to fund that request.
So that would mean that both 24, and 2025's budget for that committee is complete and spent, correct?
For 2025, yes, Your Worship.
Thank you. Is that good, Councillor Timms?
Yes, Your Worship. I do notice that Councillor Belanger's hand is up.
Yeah, I see that, but you're good with the answer?
Thank you.
Okay, good, thank you. Councillor Belanger? I'm sorry, before you do that, Councillor Belanger was also pulled by Councillor DeLeo for comment. So Councillor DeLeo, you're next.
Thank you. I read it a bit differently, so I'm just gonna, okay, so I just wanted to make a brief comment to show my support for the staff recommendation that has been provided. I am in full favor of this report. It's important to understand that a committee's annual budget is to be used solely for that committee's purpose and not to be given to a third-party organization. This goes for the grant program as well. It's intended to help support nonprofit organizations and not to be used to donate the funds to third-party organizations. If they choose to do so, they cannot apply for additional funds or grants. These monies are to be used to enhance the quality of life for our residents and our businesses in our town. I'm pleased that staff indicated in these reports that both these requests are outside our normal process. And therefore, I'd like to say thank you to our finance manager for this report before us today. So does that make sense? So I understand that with the climate action, it's coming out of their budget and their grant to give to the Green Hub. They're not asking for additional funds. So any grant or any grant that is given to an organization here in Wasaga Beach, it's for their intent purposes, not to say, okay, well, we have $5,000 now, we're going to give some to that company or give some to the, can't do that. It's to be used solely for that organization and for the residents of Wasaga Beach. Am I correct?
I think in this case, this committee has a $3,000 annual.
No, I get that. I understand that.
And so they're not using any grant here. They're using their budget in order to do this. Right. And of course, when committees have a budget, they can determine how they use that, and then they come back to council for approval. So that's what they've done here. But this has nothing to do with a grant in this particular case. It's their budget only. Is that correct, Madam CFO?
That's correct, and I'll just clarify that. I think what Councillor DeLeo was referring to is that a grant applicant can't delegate those funds to a third company, third party, and that's correct as well.
Right.
Thank you, because that's what I read in the report, so I'm only commenting on that.
Sure, I just want to be clear that this is budgeted, not a grant, however.
Okay.
Okay, good. Anything further, Councillor DeLeo? No, okay, you're good? All right, I see Councillor Belanger's hand was up. Councillor Belanger?
Yes, I just want to clarify a few things, is that the Green Hub Economy Project is South Georgian Bay. For them to be considered for this pilot project, it was a cost of $38,000 to the South Georgian Bay in general. So they've reached out to a number of municipalities, and some municipalities are participating, some are, it's still in progress. They're doing a significant amount of fundraising. I talked to the principal of the pilot project, and we're working with them as well. And some of the money will be allocated to determine whether there's a Wasaga Beach business that needs a little more assistance in the fee. The fee to the business is being subsidized by Toronto Dominion Bank by 50% for 24 and 25. We do currently have 5 businesses that are considering the project, including WDI. So this is part of the next outreach. We have a corporate plan well underway for greenhouse gas emissions. And then when you look at the community plan, there's two aspects to that. There's their residents and their businesses. And our residents, we work on a lot of education programs, make them aware of grants that are available to a resident to upgrade their own home and to become more efficient. And then this would be our first step at looking to assist businesses to improve their efficiencies. They did have a green certificate that they were doing, but that was a very informal process. So again, this is the environment is important to all of us, and we look at some of the catastrophic situations that have occurred in the world, and I think adaptation and mitigation is wise, and this is a little bit of money to move forward with that. So I fully support going forward, and hope that council approves. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other questions or comments? Okay. The concern I have is when they made their delegation to council, it was explained that this funding was in order to that they wanted each community to be at the table and have a voice, which is great. But you could come to the table, but you couldn't have a voice unless you paid dollars. And I struggle with that, quite frankly. And I also struggle to understand where exactly these dollars are going and who they're going to and for what. I find that it's very general, and it is South Georgian Bay. It is a large area. I'd like to know more about what other communities are doing. Not that that makes a difference as to what we will do here, but I think it tells a story, and it may give us a little more information. So for that, listen, I support doing what is best for our environment and for future generations. But I think it's also important that we spend money on any of these types of ventures wisely. And so I'd like to get more information back on this personally. And those are my comments. So if there are no other comments, I do see Madam Clerk, your hand is up. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I hear your point, and I agree with you. And I think that's why ensuring that we have a member from the town of Wasaga Beach on that advisory committee to understand the funding model, how it's benefiting the town specifically, and then we can ensure that we have a report. If this funding request comes back in subsequent years, we'll have more information about the success of this regional hub and see if we want to participate in moving forward.
So then, am I understanding correctly that by the end of 2025, we'll get or shortly after 2025, we'll get a fulsome report back from the organization, not just the committee, but the organization as well as to what was accomplished with these funds before we make any decisions for future. Is that accurate?
I feel it's prudent that we ensure that request is made.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. So for this purpose here, for this agenda, 10.8, we're voting on basically climate action out of their budget to give $3,000 to the Green Hub, correct? That's what this is. Okay. Yeah, I'm okay.
All right. Good. If there are any other questions or comments, I don't see any. I'll ask for, I'll read the motion. That the report titled 2025 Additional Budget Request Climate Action Advisory Committee to the Council meeting of January 30th, 2025 be received, and that Council direct staff to use the 2024 Climate Action Advisory Committee $3,000 surplus to fund the South Georgian Bay Green Economy Hub pilot, and that Council approve a $3,000 expenditure from the Climate Action Advisory Committee approved in 2025 budget to fund the South Georgian Bay Green Economy Hub. Now we'll move into seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor DeLeo, seconded by Councillor Belanger. Madam Clerk, call the question, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Opposed.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
That carries.
Thank you. Just remind you, Councilor DeLeo, put your hand back down. Thank you. All right, moving on then to the Civic Awards programs, and this was pulled by Councilor Eagle. Councilor Eagle? You're muted, Councilor Eagle.
Sorry, Your Worship, and through you. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch. We're on to the Civic Awards policy.
Next item on the agenda, Civic Awards policy,
Yep.
and that was pulled by yourself.
Yes, it was. And I want to thank Danielle for this report. She worked really hard on it. I have spoken with Danielle on it. And I basically have one question, which we did address and looking into, and that is on, it tends to often be an athlete, but that does the person being put forward have to be a resident? And in many cases, as we have Jason Arnett and so forth, they have moved on. They're no longer living in the beach, but they've accomplished great feats once they have moved away from the beach. So I believe the staff is looking into that. The clerk was maybe going to speak to it today about to make that clear in the report. Must they be a resident or not?
All right, I'll look to Danielle or the clerk. Danielle's report. You thought the clerk might speak to it. Danielle, go ahead.
Yes,
Welcome.
good afternoon. Yes, thank you, Councillor Ego, and through you. So after Ego brought that to my attention, staff did see a discrepancy in the policy. So under the section nomination eligibility requirements, it currently states that a nominee must be a resident of Wasaga Beach. However, that contradicts another section of the policy where it states, which it correctly outlines, that a nominee can either be a resident of Wasaga Beach or having been educated or trained for most of their life in Wasaga Beach. So with that being said, staff would like to amend the policy and remove that sentence that states that nominees must be a resident of Wasaga Beach from the relevant section of the policy. We also noted that it stated that sentence on the athlete and finest citizen nomination forms. So again, we would amend those forms to remove that sentence, and then the policy would have the correct eligibility criteria.
Thank
All
you.
right. Other questions or comments on this matter? So I'm struggling to understand this a bit. The Finest Citizens Award program, I believe wholeheartedly should be for our citizens, not citizens of any other community. This is Wasaga Beach, and we want to celebrate our folks here in town. So I think the wording is what's important. Not that I have an issue if someone who has done something spectacular has now moved away and they're going to be recognized. That happens with seniors as well. They move away, but they did great things when they were here and they're recognized. So I think what's vitally important here is the wording of this, because what I do not want to see happen or get into is that people who have never lived here or lived here a very, very short time are now being recognized by our municipality for something that is someone else who really is in or from another municipality. So I think the wording is important here, because if not, I think we could open a difficult can of worms as we move forward and applications come in, and we do not want to get in a situation where, you know, we're having fingers pointed at us saying that we're not following our policy properly or proper procedures. So I'm going to look to the clerk as to your thoughts on how we make sure that this wording is solid on solid ground with respect to making sure that, you know, these awards are for residents of Wasaga Beach.
Thank you, Your Worship. The second piece that Danielle had discussed was that they had to be a resident, or they really had to ensure that most of that contribution was in the town of Wasaga Beach. And we feel that is more relevant when we look at the Athlete of the Year award, because if they are successful, typically they've moved on, to bigger levels of the game. So we feel that the language under the residency requirements satisfies what you just spoke to. However, we're happy to amend further if you prefer.
Again, I'll leave it to your expertise, to staff's expertise on this. I just want to reiterate that I'm concerned that we're going to start getting possibly applications for people who really don't qualify on solid ground because they maybe lived here a year and did one thing or something to that, as opposed to people who have been contributing their whole lives. And I get the whole athlete thing. I mean, we have many people who have gone on to play in the NHL and other levels of sports, females sports on hockey, and so on and so forth. But we're raised in Wasaga Beach, went to school in Wasaga Beach, and absolutely we want to still recognize those people for outstanding achievements and for volunteerism and so on and so forth. So if staff's comfortable with that, then I'm fine with that. I just wanted to make sure we brought that to everyone's attention. Any other questions or comments? All right, seeing none, then we have report title Civic Awards Program Policy to the Council meeting of January 30th, 2025 be received, that the Council approve the Civic Awards Program Policy attached as Appendix A to this report.
Sorry,
Can I have a
Your
mover and a
Worship.
seconder, please?
Your Worship, before we get a mover and seconder, because it hasn't been it's not on the council table as of yet, can we just add as amended? Because we will be removing that one piece.
Okay, so the last, so Section 2, Council approved the Civic Awards Program Policy attached as Appendix A to this report as amended.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Mover and a seconder, please, for this. Moved by Councillor Eagle, seconded by Councillor Timms. Madam Clerk, call the question, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Belanger.
In favor?
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
And that carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And moving on to the Municipal Accountability Act 2024 policy update with respect to the Code of Conduct. And this was pulled by Councillor DeLeo and comments by Councillor Eagle. Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. This is more an amendment that I'd like to put forward. So I fully support the AMCTO's recommendation number 4 on the agenda, that I agree that integrity commissioners should not be accountable to council. And one way to ensure they stay independent in their role is to have the Ontario IC appoint them. That council recommends that the Ontario Integrity Commissioner be responsible to appoint the Municipal Integrity Commissioner for each municipality. That's it.
Thank you, Councillor. Now go on to Councillor Eagle for comments.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. I wanted to thank the staff and in particular the clerks for working on this recommendation, as I had asked to have it checked into when the Municipal Affairs asked for municipalities' output or input on this, and it's a big topic. So I agree with the report. I especially like that they pulled from the July 2021, the report from the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario. And one of the highlights in their report, which we are suggesting be involved in this one, is that integrity commissioners should have the ability to make binding decisions and the power to apply sanctions. I strongly support that. And the other one they recommended is that in some that the integrity commissioners to dismiss frivolous requests and find informational mechanisms for resolutions. The current integrity commissioner framework is placing a significant financial burdens on municipalities. So that they have added that into this report, I totally appreciate and support the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. I feel like going down this is like a can of worms. When we go to these AMO conferences, we hear very strongly about, conduct and harm and all that, and that's what's mentioned in here, and that they're looking specifically for harm to be to somebody else or whatever, to be one of the triggering mechanisms for a request or a recommendation to remove a council member. But I'm wondering if if the whole possibility of financial harm has ever been thought about in this process. I know that they're really focusing on personal conduct with a lot of this, but we've seen in neighboring municipalities where there has been significant financial harm put on a municipality as a result of members of council. And they, their time passes, they get, they leave office or whatever, and there's no sanctions for that. Having them suffer a 4-year ban, maybe sitting out a term or whatever, could be an interesting thing to do for financial harm. So that would be my add to it. But on, the whole concept of this, I'm really supportive of it, and I think it's important for the ICs to be able to make that bold recommendation and council to vote on it. But I'd like to see financial harm to the municipality be put in there.
Thank you, Councillor White. Any other comments? Seeing none, I fully support the recommendations. It's good to see the report. It's good to see they're looking at this. I struggle to see, or don't struggle, it'd be interesting to see if this moves forward and an IC decides to remove an elected official from office, how well that will go with respect to the democratic policies and society that we live in. That someone can remove an elected official who has been elected by the majority of the people, but I'm sure we'll get through it. But I have no issue. I guess the only comment I would make is that even today, the IC is not beholden to the municipality. The IC is free to act on their own, within their own purview, and do as they see fit without having to answer to the municipality in any way, shape, or form. So that's already in place. But listen, this is important, and as we go through and over time, we see that issues within councils arise more now than ever before. And it would also be nice to see that a policy be in place for members of the public who are submitting frivolous and vexatious complaints on a regular basis, causing, as Councillor White has said, financial harm to the citizens of the municipality, because municipalities paying for those investigations that then turn out to be nothing to them. And so I'd like to see more added, but I'm sure as time goes on, they'll continue to tweak and fix this. So I fully support that motion and that amendment. So Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. With regards to procedure, Councillor DeLeo has asked for an amended motion. So if we can get a mover and seconder on the main, we will then vote on the amended motion and then the main if that passes.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. So moving to seconder on the main motion as it stands, moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Timms.
Thank you. So the amended motion that Council recommends that the Ontario Integrity Commissioner be responsible to appoint the Municipal Integrity Commissioner for each municipality. So that comment would be added to the submission to MMAH.
All right, everyone's good with that?
So if we can
All right.
get a mover and seconder.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, go ahead.
A mover and seconder on the amendment.
Moving to seconder on the amendment, so I'll call that be Councillor DeLeo would be moving that. It's her amendment, and seconded by Councillor Timms.
And we'll do a recorded vote on the
Sorry, before we do that, Madam Clerk, I do see Councillor Belanger's hand up, so I'll call upon him. Councillor Belanger.
Yeah, through the mayor. I guess I want an understanding. We haven't discussed the amended motion, but I don't see the benefit, or what is the benefit in the Ontario Integrity Commissioner appointing for municipality. Like there's a lot of companies that are integrity commissioners, and it's a competitive process. So I guess I'm trying to understand what benefit is there in them doing that. Like I know that there is a sense that integrity commissioners may be influenced by those municipalities that pay them, and I don't know how you get around that, but I'm just concerned. I certainly have a lot of experience with integrity commissioners, and I could speak to it a fair bit. I just don't see how that would work, where one body would take, 400 municipalities and pick the integrity commissioners who are private businesses.
I don't think the report indicates that there will be one body that does all 444 municipalities. I think it just indicates that the Ontario IC will appoint the ICs for each community. They'll make the decision who it is as opposed to the individual communities. At least that's how I read the report. I do see Councillor White's hand up as well as Councillor DeLeo. So Councillor White, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I like...
Gotcha, Councillor Timms.
I like Councillor DeLeo's friendly amendment here because there is a lot of drama that surrounds appointing integrity commissioners. There's a lot of suspect. There's a lot of stuff out there, and I think a comment like this, going back to the province, might have them. Whether they do this or not, they might look at having it done at a county level or some other way of managing this out appropriately. But I do feel that the connection between, the person or in this case, the entity paying for the service, being favored somehow by the person receiving those payments, and whether or not how they use that to profit. Like, these are profitable companies, and maybe they do accept a lot of frivolous complaints to drive revenues. Maybe they don't because they don't have time for that nonsense. So either way, taking it out of the municipality's hand is to, and putting it up a little bit more gives that little bit of impartiality, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Thank you.
I guess the only caution on that is if the municipality has no say in who that integrity commissioner is through a competitive process, and that they are appointed by the province or whomever, they may not go through that competitive process. So it could end up costing the municipality considerably more dollars, but at that point it is what it is. Councillor DeLeo is next.
Thank you. Councillor White hit it right on the nose. That's exactly my thoughts. There's so much chatter of, the integrity commissioners paid by the municipality, they're more biased. If it comes from the province, there'll be none of that, because he has to be unbiased. So I think somebody from the province, so any decision that is made, they totally impartial. We did not hire him, they're from the province. So that decision will stand and nobody can complain about it. So that was my motive for getting this motion forward.
They shouldn't, but I guarantee you they will, Councillor. All right, Councillor Ego.
Thank you, through your worship. I understand what you're saying too, Councillor DeLeo, and I'm torn. If a council does, choose their own integrity commissioner, then that's on them, I know, for 4 years. But if they have no say in who they're hiring, to me it's like going out and hiring my own lawyer. I don't want someone to tell me who I have to hire. So I am torn on it, in all honesty, that I can't decide. So that's the way I'm seeing it. Like, you're schmucked. And how do you not have the at least if the town is doing it, and you assume staff are doing it, really, if staff are doing it, that they do their research as they do on many other avenues, and they come up with who they think would be the best IC for the municipality. So I'm just torn. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm now going to go to Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, and I can't find my raise my hand button, so that's why I've got my card. I agree, and I've always felt it would be better if there was a vetted system. So rather than reiterate everything that's been said, I think it's better for optics if an integrity commissioner who's been vetted and I'm sure that policy could create a competitive system so that municipalities can afford it and perhaps appeal their approach if they've had an unpleasant relationship with an integrity commissioner. But I do like this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And I think that's part of the misnomer and the misunderstanding or the misinformation that has been put out publicly when it comes to ICs, and that is that municipalities can go out willy-nilly and find a lawyer that they want and they like and make them the integrity commissioner, and there's no vetting. To be an integrity commissioner, you are vetted first and foremost by the province of Ontario. So any integrity commissioner today has been vetted. But again, it is what it is, and people will find something no matter what. But I support this fully. Don't think that this is going to solve all the complaints and the issues. Madam Clerk, did you have something to add?
Thank you, Worship. I just want to relay that the proposed legislation does state that one of the roles of the Ontario IC will be to provide advice to the municipalities regarding the independence of a person who may be appointed as a municipal integrity commissioner. So the province has included that piece. I recognize that the amendment proposed by Councillor DeLeo does bring that a little bit further with having the IC of Ontario appoint, but I just want to ensure that Council had that information. Thank you.
Great, thank you for bringing that forward, Madam Clerk. All right, I'm gonna take two more questions, and then we're gonna move on with this because I'm thinking we're starting to beat a dead horse here. So, Councillor DeLeo, put your hand down. Do you want to speak or no?
Thank you. No, I just wanted to comment on Councillor Eagles. It would be the Ontario IC that would be appointing. And if I read the report correctly, which I think I did, when they hire the ICs, they go through a vigorous training. Mm-hmm. So it's not like the province is just going to take this person. Okay, well, no, they're going to go through that department, have the proper training, and then they'll be appointed to each municipality, if I'm reading it correctly. And I think that's the proper way to go. The Ontario IC has enough experience to know who to hire and who not to hire. So, and I think it'll be great for the municipalities. There'll be no more, you hired him because you know him and he's related to your cousin, he's related to your, no. It'll put a stop to that, I think.
Good.
Thank you.
Councillor Belanger?
Thank you to the mayor. I'm not opposed to it, and certainly looking at a lot of, complaints in multiple jurisdictions. Consistency seems to be a bit of a problem, but for us to amend it and say that we want the province to pick our integrity commissioner, I think that that could be a recommendation, but certainly they may not, the province may not agree with us that they should pick them, for one thing. But I would like to see some kind of a review, because I have seen very grave, in my opinion, inconsistencies in how integrity commissioners operate. And, as to what level of severity before they recommend a sanction, to, whether or not, we get a peer review of a situation where I can just tell you, I was sanctioned 30 days for situations where no resident would approve something, but 6 councillors did. So I don't think we solved the problem by turning it over to the province, but I don't oppose making that a recommendation. At least it takes away some, chatter in social media that maybe we hired a friend. So.
All right, thank you, Councillor. So I'm going to, we have a mover, we have a seconder, we have the amendment on the floor. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Worship. On the amendment, Councillor Belanger.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
The amendment carries unanimously. If I may move on to the amended motion.
Please do.
Thank you, Your Worship. The amended main motion would be that the report titled Municipal Accountability Act 2024 Policy Update to the Municipal Code of Conduct to the Council meeting of January 30, 2025 be received. That Council recommends to MMAH that the Ontario Integrity Commissioner be responsible to appoint the Municipal Integrity Commissioner for each municipality, and that the clerk be directed to provide written comments on the proposed legislation to MMAH as outlined within the report as amended.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You've heard the question. We have a mover and a seconder on the amendment. Call the question, please.
Sorry, Your Worship, we need another mover and seconder.
I thought we took the mover and seconder on the first as amended, and then the amended motion was by Councillor DeLeo and moved by, seconded by Councillor Timms, I believe.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll keep the same mover and seconder on the main. So that was Deputy Mayor Snell and Councillor Timms. And then for...
That's correct. And then the mover on the amendment was Councillor DeLeo and seconded by Councillor Timms.
Correct. So we'll do a recorded vote now on the amended main motion.
Great, thank you.
Excellent. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor.
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
And that carries unanimously. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to the next item, business case, Bill Wasaga Municipal Services Corporation. It was pulled by Councillor Belanger and comments by Councillor Timms. Councillor Belanger.
Yes, thank you through the mayor. This is a very significant report, and I pulled it because I believe that sort of a summary by the CAO publicly would be beneficial, and I would turn it over to the CAO. I have some comments afterwards.
All right, well, I'll turn it over to the CAO, and then we'll come back to you, Councillor Belanger. Mr. CAO?
Yeah, through Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Belanger, happy to provide a quick summary. I'll keep this high level, and then if there are any questions from council, we can certainly drill down into much greater detail if you'd like. So to start off, the town and Sunray are looking to enter into a joint venture partnership. I'll refer to that as a JV, to develop portions of Beach Area 1. In order to enter into a JV, the town is required to create a municipal service corporation, also referred to as an MSC. I want to assure council and the public this is commonplace, not only across the province of Ontario, but across Canada and North America. So municipal services corporations, often referred to as development corporations, are common, Toronto, Burlington, Hamilton, etc. So again, very, very common occurrence. It is anticipated that the JV between the town and Sunray will realize approximately between $5 and $11 million, and I'll explain why I'm providing a range in a moment. This is based on an 85-15 profit share. 15% of profits would flow to the municipality with a baseline of $2 million towards land. Each phase will be unlocked in successive manner, and this is a bit of a control mechanism. It also applies to the deal with Stonebridge that was recently discussed. So you don't move on to phase 2 unless you've got satisfactory performance in phase 1. The JV that is being discussed today is based on the concept plan that was prepared in collaboration between Sunray and the municipality. That plan was shown to the public at one of our public meetings. It's also been shared with council. And the first building that will be built as part of that plan is the hotel. This, again, I referred to this earlier as part of the council priorities presentation. It will be a name-branded hotel that would be disclosed shortly. The hotel itself is not part of the JV. It is a standalone parcel that will be part of an agreement of purchase and sale. The town does not want to be a partner in a hotel and the ongoing operations of a hotel. So that's why that is being carved off in a separate transaction. The JV applies to the remaining buildings that are ancillary to the hotel that will have a for sale component to them. Again, this is not unique to the province. We have a great local precedent for this occurring. The Village at Blue is structured in this manner, where you have a hotel, in that case it is the Westin, and you have for sale products that were sold as condos. And then in their condo agreements, they are able to have the hotel manage those units. In the case of Blue Mountain, approximately 70% of the privately owned condos are in that rental pool managed by the hotel. We anticipate that this situation will result in a fairly similar occurrence, maybe above or below 70, but approximately 70 would be a good number to refer to. I want to assure council that the deal works based on the current plan that Sunray has proposed. That deal also includes a $1.5 million contribution to the development of the future town square. Where the 1.5 came from is rule of thumb. I'm a landscape architect. We use a general rule of thumb, $3 million an acre for an urban plaza or an urban square. The town square that we're going to be building is approximately half an acre. That's where the 1.5 million came from. The reason for the range, the current plan that we are proceeding with has some very expensive construction methodologies, specifically underground parking. Underground parking is very expensive. It can range from $80,000 to $120,000 a spot. Sunray has said to us, again, the plan is based on underground parking. They would be interested in exploring, once we get along to phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, taking a look if there are some cheaper options, which could be above grade parking structures, for example, or some combination, a hybrid between some underground, some above grade. I think that is perfectly logical, makes a lot of sense. As long as it does not compromise the quality of the plan that we are looking to see delivered. I think it makes sense to explore efficiencies, such as looking at options for parking. And that could, as long as the quality is not compromised, if it can decrease construction costs, that by that very fact would increase profitability to not only Sunray, but also to the municipality. So the 5 to 11 million range, 11 million would be all above grade parking in parking structures. 5 million is all below. The ultimate solution could be somewhere in between. So that's why we've provided a range, just to share with the public that there could be some alternative options proposed there. One thing I want to make very clear is we have not sold all of the town's land holdings on the beachfront. Stonebridge has acquired, and we have executed an agreement with them for the lands between 1st to 3rd Street. Sunray is dealing with the lands primarily playland parking lot area. There are lands outside of this, such as the lands that the Dardanella currently sits on. 50 Mosley, I refer to it as the former Dairy Queen. I know there's a restaurant in there today. The Spruce Street parking lot, as well as a couple parcels of land on Main Street itself. If you apply fair market value, which we have determined today equates to $65 a foot, to the area of those land holdings, the value of the lands that we currently have not committed or sold is just shy of $8 million, about $7.8 million. The total, when you add up the deal with Stonebridge, which was $14 million, the deal with Sunray, plus the remaining lands that have not been sold, gives you a range of $28 to $34 million. This is an important number for council and the community to understand, and I want to give a bit of quick history to previous deals that the municipality was not successful at executing, but we're in negotiations to try and pursue. And again, I want to be very clear. Every developer that previously was working with the municipality, highest respect for them, very capable developers. Fram Building Group in 2017, there was an offer of $14 million to purchase Beach Area 2. We are not talking about Beach Area 2 today. We've been very clear. We are focused on Beach Area 1. What happens on Beach Area 2 will be the decision of a successive council and the next council or subsequent council. So we are not selling Beach Area 2. We are focused on Beach Area 1. But the public should know that the value that was put on that land is approximately $14 million. When Slate Asset Management came to the table and was working with the municipality for quite a period of time between 2018 and 2022, there was an offer on the table to acquire all town-owned lands, and that includes the lands that we have not yet sold, for $7 million. So Slate wanted all of the town's properties on the beachfront in exchange for $7 million. Subsequent to that, Baylock, Zancor, there was an offer of $18 million for all town-owned lands. Between 2018 and 2022, there were 2 appraisals done of the beachfront. One was a lower appraisal, one was a higher appraisal. I'm going to reference the higher one because I think it's most relevant. That appraisal, which was never disclosed to council, and it was never disclosed to the public, but we have a record of it being conducted, was $24 million. So all of the town-owned lands on the beachfront, an independent appraiser valued those lands at $24 million. It's important to understand that that $24 million was done at the height of the market. Clearly, the market is not what it was a couple of years ago today. We are, when you include the lands that have not, the value of the lands that have not yet been sold, either through agreements with Stonebridge or the agreements that will be struck with Sunray, we're in the $28 to $34 million range. So we are already surpassing the appraisal that was done at the height of the market. I think this should give council and the community some assurances that we're doing a good job here and that we're getting good value for lands. The positive thing about this also is we have $7.8 million of value of land today. Again, we're assigning $65 a foot on that. As soon as Stonebridge builds, as soon as Sunray builds, the value of those lands are going to increase. So while we are sharing 28 to 34, that value could be significantly higher. We are also basing pro formas on today's real estate market. So the amount of money that Sunray would generate in their pro forma is based on today. We do anticipate the market will turn around. We got another interest rate reduction yesterday. We anticipate interest rates to continue to decrease. And again, once product is built, comes on stream, we do increase that. So prices will increase, profitability will increase. So over time, we do anticipate that those numbers could increase, but we want to be conservative with the numbers we are sharing. And we do believe today that we are generating fair market value. Want to be very clear that both Stonebridge, Sunray will pay full development charges. The full build-out of both projects will generate almost $20 million in development charges for the municipality that can be used on much-needed infrastructure throughout our community. And the more important number to understand, once these 2 developments are built, they will generate approximately $1.5 million in assessment growth to the town. That's forever. That's not just in order to build some developments. The longer we leave those parking lots sitting there, that's the opportunity cost. We are losing out on $1.5 million every year the longer we leave those vacant parking lots sitting there. In perpetuity, that's a lot of money that will flow into the community and can be used to do other great things. 2 final points that I'll make. The CFO has generated a return on investment. If you ask me questions about this, I'm going to defer them to her because these are numbers that she is far more qualified to speak to than I. But the return on investment for the overall projects, both Sunray, Stonebridge, is in the neighborhood of 290 to 323% return on investment. That is good, prudent fiscal management of town assets. And the final point I will make is $13.8 million was borrowed to acquire control of these buildings on the beachfront. I talked about in my presentation this morning the term of council priorities, why that was a prudent investment. Number one, it ended the cycle of successive speculation. We are now able to work with proven developers to make some things happen. It's also put us in control of the beachfront so that we can move forward with necessary projects such as Beach Drive, reconstruction, raising of the Beach Drive to address flooding, etc. Currently, there's approximately $9.2 million remaining on that loan. As the dollars flow through these developments, a portion of that will be paid off. The qualifier is the portion of the debt that was borrowed from Infrastructure Ontario at a really low interest rate. You have to lock in for, I believe it's 30 years, and the CFO can correct that if I'm off, but I believe it's a 30-year lock-in requirement. So you're not allowed to pay that off early. The other portions of the debt we can, but again, it's at such a low interest rate, there's our advantages to just continue to pay that off. But long story short here, staff believe that this is a good investment. We're being responsible. We're generating a good return on investment. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'll go back to Councillor Belanger since he brought this, he pulled this. Councillor Belanger, anything?
First of all, I want to congratulate you on your summary of this report, but more importantly, the construction of this deal. I've certainly not been in real estate my whole life. I know the mayor might have some comments on that, but I have dealt with very significant contracts the most of my life in the commercial aspect of retail business. I will tell you that the safeguards in this proposal to our residents compared to previous contracts that I have personally been involved with the last council are significant. And I'm not going to go into all the detail. Anyone that would like to talk to me in more depth about some of the concerns I had in the last contract, I voted against. I was vocal and was sanctioned 30 days for. I will tell you that this contract satisfies me to the 100th degree, and I am very excited we're moving forward, and the CAO has indicated the financial benefits to our community, finally. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Belanger. Now we'll go into Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think I've had all my questions answered in that great summary. Thank you, Andrew, for that. I don't need any airtime. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor. Councillor White?
Thank you, Your Worship. I definitely need airtime. The fact is, there are a lot of moving parts with these projects. There's a diverse plan to finance and operate these projects, and not all of these properties were a part of that original 2014 purchase, and therefore they all have differing values. The previous council were not all permitted to see the various valuations, and yet their legacy of misinformation is still passed around on social media. Along with an aggressive plan to twist the facts to make it look like we're giving these lands away for below value to various people. And thanks to your wonderful summary, you can see that that's definitely not true. So I appreciate this transparency in the numbers. I am a vocal and, yes, sometimes pushy person who needs to see much deeper into the plans, and I am happy to see my previous comments addressed and satisfied. The bottom line is, if it was easy to do so, these properties would have been redeveloped after the fire. These are unique properties and require a unique solution, and everybody's been trying to get this sort of off-the-rack plan and make it fit, and it doesn't. So I'm very happy to see your tailor-fitted plans, as I know they will work and benefit our town for many generations to come. Thank you for that, Andrew.
Thank you, Councillor White. Councillor Delaya, don't forget to put your hand down, Councillor White.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple questions for Andrew, if I may. The parking that the hotel's going to be putting in, will that only be for guests, or could day people, residents use it? So that's one. Did you want to answer that, Andrew?
Happy to. So the development, and I'll talk the complete development, the complete plan, not just the hotel. There will be, again, our bylaw requirements, you must provide X number of spots per unit. They will be required to provide visitor parking, but there will be a shift. And again, we've been very clear about this. Today we have wide open public parking lots. When you insert private development on that, yes, some of the visitor parking will be displaced. We have publicly shared on numerous occasions that the low-hanging fruit solution here is to build a structure, a public parking structure. I believe Spruce Street, that vacant lot today, is an ideal spot to build a structure. We do have some ideas of how to finance it, and we have been looking at costs to pay for a structure. I'm going to come back with a plan for council to consider, and it will dovetail with the municipal accommodation tax. I'm giving you a couple hints of where we think we can go with that, but we think there is a very viable, affordable way to finance a public parking structure that would be pay for parking, so we can recoup a lot of costs. But yes, you are correct that public parking, visitor parking would be displaced. We also have about 3,000 parking spots on provincially owned lands adjacent to Beach Area 1. So we can't ignore that as well. There's lots of parking down there. The secret is getting convenient parking that's close to all the action. But we do have a plan for that, and I will come forward with some details on that.
I thank you for answering, but I think my main question was the hotel itself. I believe I read that in the report, was going to have parking. Would it be only solely for the guests? Or is it only for guest parking, the hotel parking?
No, so absolutely any hotel will always build visitor parking, and they will probably deliver more visitor parking because it's not just a standalone hotel. It's got restaurants, shops.
Right.
They're going to have wedding facilities, etc. So you have to provide parking for all of those guests.
Okay, so that's one. Second, there was no mention, unless I missed it, the property where Caesar's 1858 stands now, formerly Beach One Beer. Is that still is that still up for sale, or is that part of the hotel?
It is not part of the hotel.
Okay.
So the $7.8 million of land that have not been accounted for, that includes the parcel that the Caesar Bar is currently located on. I will share, I won't go off on too much of a tangent. I have had numerous discussions with the owners of the Caesar Bar about what the next couple seasons look like. We're getting more information. I'll come back to council and update on our discussions fairly soon.
Okay, that's it. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Don't forget your hand. Deputy Mayor Snell.
And thank you, Your Worship. To Councillor DeLeo's point, and I brought this up before around, really encouraging people to cycle, especially residents that live in the East End or that can access easily. We've got that beautiful Shore Lane Trail to get people safely over to the action on bicycle. Can we ensure that we have lots of bike racks down there throughout the construction phase and that are an integral part to the design overall, so that all of our residents can still easily access the parking down there, or getting down there and having a safe way to get there?
Absolutely, 100%. I'm a strong advocate of cycling. I ride my bike from Allenwood to the main beach quite often. As part of our beach drive reconstruction, there will absolutely be cycling facilities as part of the street furniture delivered there, but each new building that we get built, in addition to asking for car parking, we will also ask for bicycle parking racks to be installed as well.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up if I could, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
For you. Just considering all modes of non-motorized transportation, we've got a lot of folks in town who we see on scooters, whether that's just for an economic position or an environmental position or a necessity because of a disability. So can we kind of look at those as well as bikes, especially through the construction process, so that we have options to safely secure those units while people are down enjoying the beach or looking at the action?
So, sorry, Andrew, I appreciate these questions, and we can have further discussion in future on this, but the item on the agenda is the business plan. So I think we want to stay within that business plan at this point. but great questions, and so certainly another need to come back and have conversation around the development as we move forward and what it is that we want, need, and so on and so forth. Any other questions or comments from members of council? All right, seeing none, I thank you very much, Andrew, and Madam CFO, for putting this report together, and more importantly, the numbers, and for putting the information out there that is accurate. I think the vast majority of our community is excited and is happy to see all the great things that are happening in our community. Our beachfront finally moving forward. In the spring, they are finally going to see concrete coming out of the ground. I have all the confidence in the world in the deal that we have put together with Stonebridge. I have all the confidence in the deal in the world in the deal that we will put together with the Sunray Group and future deals moving forward. Because what I can say is that this council is focused on doing what is best and what is right for the taxpayer, the people who paid for this. But I want to talk about a couple of other quick items. The IO debt, 3%, locked in for 30 years. We did that back in the day, and we were quite happy to lock it in for 30 years because I remember clearly having conversation when we were told that the loan would be 3%, that we said, lock it in. We will never get interest rates better than that ever again. And what do we see over the following 4 or 5 years? We went to almost 0%. But I think it's going to be a long time again before you see 3%. And the good thing to note, I think, is that even if that money borrowed over time at 3%, the return on investment, 295 to 328%, or the number you use there, certainly is going to look after that. But instead of paying that off, I'm quite confident that we can reinvest that money that we, instead of paying it off, at a much higher rate than what we're paying for that, which again is another return on investment for the taxpayer. So I have no concern over that. With respect to parking and the comments around parking, as Andrew mentioned, we have about 3,000 parking spaces to either the east or the west of this area within the provincial park. That is grossly underutilized today. And so, although we want to make sure that accessible parking is available and as much parking is available within this area, we will not be the first community to have areas where you sometimes have to walk a bit to get to the longest freshwater beach in this case, or to a really great restaurant or a great shop. And so I'm confident that we'll solve the parking issues. I'm sure there are folks out there now saying, oh, great, now we've got to pay for a parking structure. Parking structure would be inevitable no matter what the redevelopment plan is down here. The reason we have so much parking today is because the buildings all burned down. And when those buildings were there, we didn't have this kind of parking. And so nothing is going to be any different. If anything, we'll have more parking and more parking closer by. That will be at a premium because of the amount of people who will want it. And that, again, is going to be dollars in the pockets of taxpayers. So I want to commend Andrew and staff once again for another great report today. I'm excited to get moving forward. I want to get that offer of purchase and sale done with Sunray so we can get that out publicly to the public. And be rest assured that everything we do, we're sharing publicly. We're not withholding any information from the public. As soon as we're able to make it public, we will, and we do. We're not going to have appraisals that we don't release to the public or the council so they can make a fulsome decision. It will all be brought forward and it will all be made public as it has been. And I'll end with, to Councillor White's point, if this was easy, it would have been done after the fire happened. None of this is easy. And if you've ever worked or dealt with real estate, you win some, you lose some, and you give and take. It's why it's called negotiation. But if we want this project to move forward, and I believe the vast, vast majority of this community does, then we have to have a little give and take. And if we wanted to move forward in any kind of manner that we're going to see something in our lifetime, and we wanted to move quicker, then this is the right way to do it, in my opinion. The fact that these developers, both of them, are going to upfront build significant buildings before there's any sales. To build a hotel is not cheap. It's tens of millions of dollars. And that's a significant investment. And I'm quite confident that neither one of these developers are going to walk away from any of this. They've been very clear that, they are determined, they are excited, and they want to be a part of the longest freshwater beach in the world and the redevelopment of a community that not only us, but clearly the province through their investments and most of our residents and many others are excited to see happen. And so this is all good news. Thank you very much again, Andrew and staff, for this, and thanks for all the dialogue from council on this. So we do have a motion that the report titled Business Case Build Wasaga Municipal Services Corporation for the council meeting of January 30th, 2025 be received, and that staff be directed to work with legal counsel to begin preparations to incorporate the Build Wasaga Municipal Services Corporation. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Councillor White and Deputy Mayor Snell. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor.
Carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And now moving on to the City of Woodstock funding for Children Aid Society. This was pulled by Councillor Timms, but I'll turn to our, I'll go to Councillor Timms first, and then I'll turn to, when questions are finished, to our clerk for the motion. Councillor Timms.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would like to ask Council to support the request to Minister Parsa and the Ministry of Children, Community and Social Services. The request is to update the funding formula to prioritize and support the financial needs of children's welfare agencies. And as a parent of a teenager, or parenting a teenager, I can tell you firsthand that I've really, and lately, been very aware of a lot of children and youth in distress in our community, and I think this is a good piece to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Any other questions or comments on this? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Proposed motion that whereas Council received correspondence from the City of Woodstock dated January 8th, 2025, expressing concerns to the Premier of Ontario and Minister of Children, Community and Social Services pertaining to an urgent need for adequate and sustainable funding for the Children's Aid Society of Oxford County and other child welfare agencies throughout Ontario. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Council for the Town of Wasaga Beach supports the City of Woodstock in their request to the province to prioritize and support the financial needs of these vital agencies. All levels of government must work together to improve upstream intervention and support to prevent the tragic outcomes we are seeing as a result of the inadequate funding. Further, that a copy of this resolution and the City of Woodstock's correspondence be forwarded to Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, Honourable Michael Parsa, Minister of Children's, Community and Social Services, City of Woodstock, and AMO.
I'm glad you read that, not me, Madam Clerk. Thank you very much. You've heard the motion. Could I have a mover and a seconder on this, please? Moved by Councillor Timms, seconded by Councillor Eagle. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Eagle.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
And that carries unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And now we'll move on to the next item, which is the Township of Woolwich election advocacy and preparation, again pulled by Councillor Timms. Councillor Timms, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Your Worship. I would also like to ask Council support for this correspondence from the Township of Woolwich. It's regarding the Municipal Elections Act and specifically the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks and Treasurers of Ontario have put forward recommendations to streamline and modernize the legislation to be clear and ensure the integrity of the election process. I think this is worthy of support. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Any other questions or comments on this? Madam Clerk, did you have any comments on this item?
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe this is required. We're getting closer and closer to the 2026 election. The work starts now, really, with big preparations at the beginning of 2026. So we need, if there's going to be changes to that MEA, we need them now so we can understand what those impacts will be. So I appreciate Council's support.
Thank you very much, and I'll look to you for the motion now, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Worship. And I have to say thank you to the Deputy Clerk in preparing these as well. That the Council of the Town of Wasaga Beach supports the resolution from the Township of Woolwich and other supporting municipalities in Ontario calling on the Province of Ontario to update the Municipal Elections Act with priority amendments as outlined by the AMCTO before the summer of 2025 and commence work to review and rewrite the Act with longer-term recommendations ahead of the 2030 elections, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, Honourable Paul Calandra, Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Brian Saunderson, MPP Simcoe Grey, and the Association of Municipalities of Ontario.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. You've heard the motion. Can I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Timms, second by Councillor DeLeo. Madam Clerk?
Thank you. Councillor Blanchet.
In favor.
Councillor DeLeo.
In favor.
Councillor Ego.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Snell.
In favor?
Councillor Timms.
In favor.
Councillor White.
In favor.
Mayor Smith.
In favor?
Carries unanimously.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Moving on to item number 14, recommendations arising from boards and committees. We have 3 items here. One is the accessible parking fee exemption for non-residents with permits. And we have a recommended motion that the report titled Accessible Parking Fee Exemption for Non-Residents with Permits to the Council meeting of January 30th, 2025 be received, and that the Accessibility Advisory Committee recommends that Council pass a bylaw that would allow free parking for non-residents that display an accessible parking permit in municipal parking lots. Questions or comments? Seeing none, a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Ego, seconded by Deputy Mayor Snell. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Timms, did you wish to speak to that? No, okay, you want to put your hand back down then? That carries unanimously at 7-0. The next item is the 14.2, the EdTAC tourism website input. And the motion that the report titled Economic Development and Tourism Advisory Committee, EdTAC, tourism website feedback to the council meeting of January 30th, 2024 be received and the council approve the recommendations provided by EdTAC outlined in the report, and that the recommendations be referred back to the economic development staff for consideration. Questions or comments on this? Deputy Mayor Snell?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, just a quick comment. Really wanted to thank the committee for the detailed work. I thought a lot of their recommendations were well thought out in terms of navigating the site, how it demonstrates and communicates the information, and just making it more user-friendly. So just wanted to give a shout out to the committee. Thank you.
Right, and that's our council rep there is Councillor Timms. Great job, Councillor Timms. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I was just going to say it's a pleasure and an honor, actually, to work on this committee with our Economic Development Officer and our wonderful chairman and very engaged members. And I'm quite proud to see these 2 reports coming to council from our committee. That's all. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And thank your committee for us, please. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, could I have a mover and a seconder? Well, I'll better read the motion first, perhaps. So the motion is that the report titled Economic Development Tourism Advisory Committee, Economic Development Committee, EdTAC, tourism website feedback to the council meeting of January 30th, 2024 be received, and the council approve the recommendations provided by EdTAC outlined in this report, and that the recommendations be referred back to the Economic Development staff for consideration, which I did already read, but now we're clear on that. You see our Economic Development Officer, Caitlin Mosma, is here. Did you wish to speak to this before We call for the vote, Caitlin?
Through you, Your Worship. No, I have no further comments, but I think it's great work by our
Excellent.
committee. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and great work by you and your team as well. All right, could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor White. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And then item number 14.3 is the Festivals and Events Strategy, with a recommended motion that the report titled Economic Development and Tourism Advisory Committee EdTAC Festivals and Events Strategy Recommendations for the council meeting of January 30th, 2024 be received, and that council approve the recommendations provided by EdTAC, and that the committee recommendations be referred back to staff for consideration in the Festival and Events Strategy. Questions or comments on this? Councillor DeLeo?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I just have a simple question. I mean, I'm all for festivals and events and a good party. How is the beach construction going to affect all this? Like, where is this going to be held? I don't.
All right.
To me, the beach is where all the festivals take place. So for the next 2 or 3 years, where's it going to take place?
Yeah, so
You've got a nice backyard, Councillor. I think we can always.
yeah.
Sure.
All right, Caitlin.
Yes. Through you, Your Worship. Good afternoon, everyone. So that's a great question. So we're going to be working that into the strategy. The strategy is kind of overarching and looking at the high level items for planning events and festivals and growing that sector. But it'll be looking at the future of the beachfront, so what facilities we're going to have in that area and how we're going to plan it in. But then we'll also look for this year and how we're going to be managing events as we go through this construction. So we'll be looking at it both ways.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I see Andrew, did you want to comment on this?
Yeah, just very quickly. Obviously, there is a town square, an event square that will be built. We have been told by Sunray that that would be their second phase. So hopefully it's not too far off where we would see that built. We were looking to use that space in the short term, the interim, while construction was underway. But then our general manager, Lalone, threw the wet blanket on us a few days ago and told us that he needs to dig up Main Street for some infrastructure as part of the construction work. So we're looking at some options now. We're looking at Beach Area 2. We're looking at some options that we will bring forward to council, because believe us, it is not lost on us how important the short-term activation of our beachfront is, even though when we're a little dusty and construction is underway. So we're looking at some options right now. We'll bring those forward to council shortly.
All right, anyone else have anything further to add? Councillor Timms?
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to add that while the beachfront has really been the location for so many festival and events for so long, the EdTech is aware that we need to expand tourism around the town as well as all year long. So some of the recommendations really lead into that, and particularly around things like our classic cars and a bee festival or honey festival as recommended by Council Ego to the committee lately. We think that the event strategy has to be more than just the beachfront, and that's a positive thing.
Thank you, Councillor Timms. Any other further comments? I agree, and it's a great question, Councillor DeLeo, and I agree that we need to look, as we look to the future, we need to look at other locations other than just the beachfront. I can tell you when I've been down a couple of times now to the Blues Festival, for example, in Port Credit, and they closed down the main street, and there's something really cool about walking down the middle of a street and having vendors and whatnot all around. And so I look at Main Street because there's certainly two avenues around that, down, back, and up River Road to get to the other end, and then River Road East as well. So I think that's a good location, and I think we've got to look at other areas as well. But no doubt that staff will figure it out for the next few years. We'll get through it, and we'll get back to the beach and wherever else we decide is going to be a good location. So I've read the recommendation. Could I have a mover and a seconder for this, please? Moved by Deputy Mayor Snell, seconded by Councillor Timms. All in favor? That motion carries unanimously. Councillor Timms, did you have your hand up from before, or do you have another question? Okay, great, thank you. Moving on to item number 15, council requested staff reports. Everyone's seen the list attached. Are there any questions or comments around those reports? All right, seeing none, moving on to item number 16, notices of motion. We have none. And item number 17 is bylaws. We have a bylaw 2025-06 be received and be deemed to have read a first, second, third time and finally passed. Mover and a seconder for this, please. Moved by Councillor White, seconded by Councillor DeLeo. All in favor? That carries unanimously. And then we have 17.1. I don't think we need to read that. Do we, Madam Clerk? No, I didn't think so. So, here we go. Item number 18, this meeting is adjourned. Have a great afternoon, everybody.